What is up? Hello, everybody. Welcome, friends and fiends, to another RedDeathMask stream. I got married. Yes, it is true. Thank you, everyone, for the well wishes. It's very nice. I very much appreciate it. Me and the missus appreciate it. It's very kind of you all. Um, Yeah, it's great that the missus lets me read stories. Although now I'm a married man with married responsibilities. Yes, but she's very supportive, and I love her for it. So, um, but yeah, today we are gonna basically do what we normally do. I got a few stories in the queue. They're in the description. We've got There's Something Under the Bridge Part 2, as well as Guts Part 2, The Corpse Grotto. So those I read Part 1 of both of those on my last stream, and they were both, really had me intrigued, and the Part 2s aren't that long, so I just figured might as well continue those. And then, kind of last but not least, we're not going to read, um but we have the Festival Mound, which is a story by this guy OssuaryNelms. And yeah, it had a different name when he first posted it on No Sleep, but anyways, he posted it on Tales from the Creeps once it got taken down from No Sleep. And so yeah, now it's called the Festival Mound. But this story actually has a narration for the first four parts, and so after we read the first two, I figured we could listen to, maybe the first few parts of this, maybe all four parts, and then that way can give my voice a little bit of of a break, but we'll still pause it to talk about the story and um, you know, give criticism. Obviously, it'll be different because I'm not reading the actual text of the story, but we'll have it. Yeah, we'll have it to listen to, which is nice. And this other YouTuber, Whispering Scream, shout out to them. They looks like they're a narration channel. They narrate other people's stories as well as maybe some of their own stories. From what I saw when I briefly looked at their channel. So yeah, shout out to them. And I always want to support like just other narration channels or other people, other horror, YouTubers or other people in the writing YouTube space. And so I figured we could just listen to this one, and that'll be I honestly, maybe not for every story or every time, because sometimes I do need to kind of go at my own pace, but I do wish we could listen to these stories more, but a lot of times the stories are so new, they don't have narrations or anything yet. So, but yeah, I'm really looking forward to all of that stuff. Should be a good stream. It should be a fun time. But yeah, I guess I'll reserve a little bit of time at the beginning to just talk about where I've been past few weeks. I obviously got married. That's what I've been doing. So I've been busy with that. But yeah, it was a great time. It was a great. I had a great wedding. What I will say is that people came up and told me, constantly, like, they're like, just enjoy the day, because it's gonna go by so fast, and that is 100% true. I mean, I knew it would, and people were absolutely right about that. But one thing I will say is that what I wish maybe somebody would have told me or told us is like, not like just enjoy the day as much as you can. Like, yes, that's true, and you should live in the moment. But I think I advice that I would give somebody else getting married is not only enjoy the day but actually schedule like time. So for the most part your wedding's going to have a schedule from start to finish, no matter if it's a small wedding, a big wedding. So what I would say is like sometime after the ceremony, that would be my advice to the next couples or future couples is actually schedule like a good amount of time, whether it's like 45 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, whatever, but schedule a good amount of time where it's during the reception of the wedding, it's during the fun part, but plan on having an amount of time to where you don't have to do anything. Because leading up until your wedding, everything's scheduled, blah blah blah. You're rushing to get things done. We were rushing to get a lot of things done, seeing as we got married at our house, and so like we were the venue, wedding planners, we were all that stuff. And yeah, I wish maybe somebody would have like given me that advice or told me to like have it be set some time where you can spend it with your partner during the ceremony and just have fun. Because while we did do that, that time definitely felt like the shortest and went by the fastest. And so one thing I will say is that so much is scheduled, and even after the wedding it's like you leave, and then you go stay in a hotel, or you go to bed, or you do whatever you're going to do after the ceremony. And I wish and even that is like pretty scheduled, and then in the morning it's like you got to be out of the hotel by this time, or whatever it may be. And I just think that it's so important, not only for like during the ceremony and the day of, but then also the next day, to just really have some time where nothing is scheduled, where you could just literally just be and let the day kind of take you where you want. And so yeah, but all in all, it was an amazing, memorable, you know, happy, wonderful day. I loved it. I thought the ceremony and everything was beautiful. I thought it was pretty much perfect. And yeah, there was obviously a few things here and there that like we wanted to be different, or we wanted to be able to do X but we couldn't do X, sort of a thing. But that's okay. It's just important to let those things kind of roll off your back. And so that's what we tried to do, and I think we did a pretty good job of that. Maybe her more than me, honestly, with some stuff. But yeah, it was definitely oh, and then that's the other thing that I was gonna say is that um the next day we had that time to just chill, and we got another night at the hotel, and that's what really was the most important. Thank you, Creepin'. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. And then that was the day when we went to go get tattoos together, and that was really fun. I got my tattoo here, as you guys can see. It's in the thumbnail too. Um, but yeah, and that was that. Like that's something we've been together like 10 years now. Basically, we finally got married, but we've been together a long time. We've always wanted to get tattoos together, and it's something we could never find the time to do, or never find like a tattoo shop that would just let us come in and let us figure it out, sort of a thing. And finally we found a place and we made it work, and I'm just so grateful because we wanted tattoos. you know uh we've both she has some tattoos. We both wanted tattoos, and then it was just so nice that we finally got to do that, and now we're already got ideas for our next tattoos, and when we're gonna go back to get ours touched up. And yeah, I would say, getting tattoos are definitely worth it. If you like art, like obviously think through it and pick out something. I love mine, but mine had to be kind of spur of the moment because we had to find something kind of simple that the guy would do, and we had to send before we could go in, or before we knew if we could like get the spot. We had to send them a picture of kind of what we wanted, and so I had to find something really quick, and I knew I basically wanted maybe something along this line, like with kind of a dead tree or whatever, and a raven, and we just found this really simple silhouette, and I think it turned out like pretty good. I'm no tattoo expert, but I look down, and it makes me happy. Like every time I look down, it's just art that gets to be a part of you and that you get to live with, and that, as me, like as a creative person, or as a person that likes to like express themselves with their clothes, or just stuff like that, it's so nice, like looking down and seeing that representation of that type of expression of who I am on my skin. Like I love it. So um yeah, the next day was awesome too, and so much fun. And yeah, I just you know I I don't know if it might sound too pretentious to say, but like, yeah, I think getting married is still worth it. I know a lot of people, like, the institution of marriage has dwindled in popularity, and maybe it's not as important as it once was, but I do think you know finding someone, and finding a best friend, a partner to share your life with, is so important, and such like one of the key like joys of life, one of the things that enriches your life so much, that, and having a day to sort of like codify that, and announce that, like, that was one thing that me and Ashley always. Oh, I said her name. Oh well, that's her name. People know it anyways, but that's one thing that we always were kind of bummed about, is that we had started dating, then we stopped, and we were on and off for a while at first or stuff, but we never really had like an anniversary. We never had a specific day where it was like we got together on this day, or you know um and so yeah, it was just one of those things where we it was nice to have a day now that we can use to celebrate us and like our relationship. That's super cool. And yeah, I think it made me like, it's weird, you feel different after you get married. You feel like you checked off one of the things that's maybe not on everyone's like bucket list or whatever, but it's definitely one of those big experiences of life that people say, like, well, when you get married. And now I can say, like, I got married, so now I know what that's like. And that's just cool. It makes you feel, it makes you feel some type of way. It's kind of hard to explain, but yeah, I don't just want to keep rambling on about it too much, but I do have to say that if you're thinking about it, if you love somebody, if you have a partner that you want to spend the rest of your life with, I would say consider it. I know a few people who are just like, I'm never going to get married. They're against just the institution of marriage. Like, even if they love someone, they still don't want to get married. And I would just say, um, I understand that too, but I would say there are some cool parts to it for sure. I definitely feel like I made a lot of memories, and can look back on a lot of things, and see how it made us stronger as a couple, and see how it like prepared us for like the next chapter of our lives. Because planning a wedding is not, you know I say this, that, like, she did most of the work. I was just the one at work while she was doing a lot of the wedding stuff. But it's not easy, even for me. There's a lot that goes into it, and it's it's a good way of seeing how you're going to compromise and accomplish tasks as a couple. So there are some other benefits to it besides just the flowery romantic parts. There are, some other like problem solving skills that definitely come into effect. But yeah, I appreciate everybody who's said nice things, and yeah, I just kind of wanted to give you guys an update about just where I've been. If you weren't watching any of my streams leading up to this past few month or whatever since I streamed last. I don't know if it's been a full month, but it's definitely been a while. And so yeah, but I'm happy to be back. I'm ready to read these stories. I'm ready to get into it. I think we will start with Guts. Yeah, I think we will start with Guts, because both these are pretty much the same length. But yeah, how's everyone in the chat doing? Great to see you, Harvey. Great to see you, Rude Dude, General, Creepin', everybody. I'm streaming during the daytime for once, which is good. And hopefully here in the future too. I don't quite have a set schedule yet, but I am going to try to nail down a specific day and time where I'm planning on streaming. Same time, same day, every week, at least once a week. So look forward to that too, because yeah, I want to try to be as consistent as I can, I guess, with it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Here, let's get some, I don't know, I want like some hype background music, if that makes sense. Maybe not hype, but is hype chill background music a thing? I don't want something that's gonna like put me to sleep. No copyright, that's good. Chill vibes with Homer Simpson. I like this one. I need something in the background. It gets too quiet too fast in here. Alright, okay. Let's see how loud that is for you guys. I guess it's probably pretty, fairly loud, but I can change it or I can turn it down more, but I can barely hear it, but that's okay. It's something. It provides a ambiance, which is what I need to offer you guys the best stream possible. Let's see. I don't really wanna, I'm not gonna send this stream out to really anyone. I don't think. Feel free to post it. I'm more just curious. Okay. As we got 3 live viewers, I figured we did still have some of the people that stop by in the chat, but I know a few of you guys were probably just stopping by to say congrats or whatever too, so. But alright, so we're gonna start with Guts. Let me know if the music is too loud. But if we remember from part 1, it was called Guts, the cabin. Part 1, basically. See, now they're singing. Now I don't like that. Way down where I can barely hear it. So, yeah, it was called The Cabin, and basically, I'm going to try to recap this the best I can, and, you know, it's been a while since I read this, so I might get stuff wrong or get details wrong. I think his name was, like, Dr. Diaz, but essentially he's, like, a cryptozoologist. He's a monster hunter, for lack of a better term. He's a more maybe like academic, like I don't know, it mentioned some stuff about how the academic community had like shunned him or whatever, but then how he had also found success because at every university there's always bound to be like one or two people who have seen some of the things that he's seen and understand that there's a world beyond one that regular science can explain, kind of a thing. So basically we have I don't know if he's Dr. Diaz, I believe his name is, and he is a monster hunter, and he's at his like monster hunter office, and it's in like Montana or something. It's not like in a city. I mean, maybe it's in a city in Montana. I'm saying it's not in like a major, you know, he's not in LA or New York. And essentially what happens next is he's in his office. Lady comes and is like, we need your help. We need you to come now. At first, I think maybe he's kind of like, you know, I don't know if I can help you or something, but basically the woman is sincere and she's very afraid and she's like, please come. So he drives up with this woman to this cabin on the outskirts of town, and very quickly he's like listening to their story, and one of the dogs went missing, and the dad was looking for it, and they basically found that the dog had wandered into this territory, and the dad had found the dog pinned up to a tree, crucified, disemboweled, something like maybe skinned, I don't know, but the dog got killed, sadly. One of their dogs, I think they may have two dogs, if I'm remembering correctly. And then so basically what happens is he's like listening to their story, but then he also learns that like this creature has also been like running around their house and making noise, and even the boy is like, are you here to deal with the monster? The kid at the house, and he's like, oh, what monster is that, you know? And he's like kind of trying to play dumb a little bit, and you know, to not scare the kids or whatever, but and then so in the morning they're like, we want you to stay the night, you know, yeah, like, you know, help us until you figure out what this thing is or how to get rid of it or whatever. And so he's like, of course I'll stay in the yard. I have a tent. And they're like, no, really, like there's no need. We have a guest room. So he stays in the house, in the guest room. And then one thing that is kind of important about this character is he seems to be haunted by his own sort of entity. So something kind of like visits him, like a dark figure, it says, visits him while he's like in the room sleeping. And it seems like, and it mentions throughout the certain some of the creatures and stuff that he's seen on some of his other expeditions and stuff. So he's like a seasoned monster hunter. He's been around the world. He's seen several cryptid type creatures, and engaged with them, and so, but he also seems to be haunted himself by this like more just shadowy kind of entity, like almost like a dark spirit, or maybe it's like, a PTSD sort of thing, where maybe he's just seen so many monsters that he's like, he always feels like he has something watching him. But it says that like the story makes it pretty clear that like he is visited by something, not that like he thinks he sees something, but that like there is something in the room with him and all that stuff. And so then, and I'm gonna probably get a lot of the details wrong about like what the monster looks like and stuff. I think it was just kind of a lanky, one of these like tall, like Wendigo type, like Slender Man-esque almost, although it said it had like creepy or gross skin, I think it is what it said. But they go out the next day, and he takes him to where he found the dog. The dog's like desecrated corpse, and they find in the trees, they wind up finding what's the word? Like bones and wind chimes, and he sees that like on these different markings in the trees, he sees that there's like intelligent like scrawling or something. There's something that leads them to believe that this is an animal that's intelligent, that's like marking their territory. And maybe even something that, because it had like a doorway or something, I think, so maybe it was even like, it was like hieroglyphs showing that it like came from another dimension almost. It was something like that. That's my own speculation and interpretation, but it was interesting like that. And then I forget what happens exactly, but something happens that makes the dad like really angry and be like, I'm gonna kill this thing right now, or like he's gonna kind of go off on his own, or maybe they see the creature. I don't remember exactly what it was, and the doctor is able to convince him like, hey, we can hunt this thing, we can, because it's something about the dad's like, I'm not leaving my home, it's my home, blah blah blah, and he's like, you don't have to leave yet. Whatever. No one's saying that, but like, if we go off half cocked with the day, with the sun setting and stuff like now, like you're gonna get killed. We need to do this smart, and we need to have a plan, and yada yada. And one thing I really liked about the story is that's the part where, even for like expedience sake or whatever, most stories or most movies, like that guy would just go off anyways, he wouldn't be able to stop him, and it would become a thing where they're they're very like very predictable alpha male, dumb, and the smarter guy is like, I told you so, and whatever. So I'm really glad that the story didn't do that. And so essentially after that, I think they pretty much just come back to the house. I think they see the creature like follows them, and they're in a hurry to get back to the house. Like the creature had almost gotten them kind of right where they were at in the woods. Like it was closer than they even realized. And yeah, they get back home, and then I don't remember quite like what note it ended on. Here, we can go to part 1 real quick, because I just want to kind of get like the what's outside, Seth is the son asked, looking up at us. Nothing, baby, Marlene said softly, wiping her hands on her apron and walking to her son, meeting him on his level. She wiped a strand of black hair from his eyes. We're going to be fine. Famously, I said, adjusting my jacket, things tend to get worse when we say that. Which is kind of fucked up for the doctor monster hunter guy to say. It's kind of a funny line to end on, but he is very pragmatic like that. Like I don't lie to people. I give them the truth. And so that's just what happened. That's just where the story kind of left off. I think here, I'm going to see if I can find the description. Okay, so yeah, an eye was pressed to the glass of maybe the door or the window. Yeah, as if someone shoved a balloon into an empty eye socket of a skull. It sagged and seemed to be lit up with a ghastly flame. The eye quivered as the thing on the other side pressed itself closer to the glass, its breath fogging the window. I quickly closed the blind and turned towards the family. I looked at the children, then at the parents. It's outside, I said softly. Yeah, okay, so then that's where it ended. So they do see the monster. It's looking at them. I forget what the doctor said, but he's like, he kind of figures out that it's hunting them, or it wants their house, sort of a thing, or it wants the land that they're on, maybe. Yeah, this is where he finds the wind chime. Yeah, the creature is decorating the borders of its territories. You think Bucky was a warning? He asked. I nodded. This behavior was common among animals. Bears would mark and scent trees that bordered their territory, and clearly this creature was smart enough to mark its own territory. Perhaps the way it did it was gruesome, but in the end the effect was the same. Perhaps it thinks you are on its territory, I offered, and Bucky was likely a warning for you to stay away. David frowned, his hand on his rifle, his eyes deep in thought. He paced for a moment, the crunch of his feet and leaves and needles putting me on edge. Yeah, this is where he gets mad. I've lived here for 12 years, he said. I won't let this thing drive me from my home. I want to make that clear. This thing is dangerous, but we need to understand our situation more. Let us head back to your home and make a real plan that we can action without any danger coming back to your family. David opened his mouth to refute, but I cut him off. David, if you attack that thing now unprepared and full of rage and hate, and you do not kill it dead, it will kill you, then attack everything you love. Right, yeah. Okay, so that was kind of... I mean, it's a small detail, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything about it's like they think it's a territorial dispute, and yeah, he's able to kind of talk David down to be like, you know, you need a plan to fight this thing. And yeah, once, like, we can't just shoot it, you know, from afar and hope that it runs off like a regular animal. Like, it's smart, it's vindictive, it'll, you know, it'll fucking, you know, it'll come back on you and yours tenfold if you just do that. So that's where we left off. I think let's just get into it now. That might have been kind of a long summary, but I didn't want to miss anything. And yeah, that's just how my summaries roll. I talk the story through, and I think about all the parts I can remember, and I hope that I get all the important stuff. All right. Gotta get pumped up. Okay, now we'll little bit of hours. If anyone knows any good claim free or like royalty free like, or you know, one of those like chill background playlists, send them my way, because I need more stuff to just put on while I stream. And YouTube's annoying. I think that's one of the main reason a lot of people still stream on Twitch, is that Twitch, I know they don't allow like all music, because I know I've tried to watch like YouTube videos of concerts, and then Twitch is like or whatever. So I don't know how it works, but I know you seem to be able to listen to most music. I don't know. Somehow, some way. All right, part 2. No one slept well that night. I need to zoom in so I don't miss stuff. Yeah, so the monsters just come up and looked at them through the window. The Dr. Diaz has closed the blinds. So no one slept well that night. I know I was up throughout the dark, peering out the window of the living room into the night. The thing had left its post at the window, but was pacing out in the dark just beyond the trees. I could see bits and pieces of it in the darkness. Yeah, oh, okay, that was another thing. It has a fat, like, stomach, thin arms. Okay. It's fat stomach, it's thin arms, it's reeking soiled skin. Yeah, and then the skin on it was just messed up, I remember. I don't know if it's taking the skin of the other animals. I don't think so. But maybe it is. Maybe it skinned the dog. Maybe that's what it was. Just the thought made me shudder, but I was determined to see this family through this ordeal, and David and I had plans to ensure our safety. He and I stayed up through the night, drawing up those plans as we swiped. Drawing up those plans as we sipped from some of the more expensive of his liquor cabinet. I normally wouldn't drink in this kind of volume, but I had assumed that perhaps that would be prudent, for we really didn't know if we'd see tomorrow night. I guess it's like the nature of this character of Dr. Diaz, but he does seem to be like very like, we're probably gonna die. You know what I mean? Which I guess is like probably what has helped him survive all these supernatural experiences that he's had, is that he always like, you know, assumes that they're just as likely to kill him as they are to hurt or kill it. But yeah, I mean, it's just interesting, you know, because it's more like the way he phrases it is he's always like, it's a good chance we'll die, when it's like, you know, or we don't know if we'll see tomorrow, because he says multiple things like that. And even with the last comment at the end where he's like, you know, things usually get worse, you know, when people say that or whatever. It's just kind of funny. He does seem to be kind of pessimistic, but I like it. You know, it's kind of interesting for like the guy who's supposed to come to help you with the supernatural shit, or supposed to come to like maybe not calm you down, but like offer some sort of solace and offer some sort of a way forward. He does seem to be very like, well, we're all likely to die. You know what I mean? And I just find that to be a funny sort of a juxtaposition, you know? And I find it interesting that they're drinking, you know, a significant amount, because I'm like, he seems like such a careful man, but I guess maybe he's just like, you know, fuck it, you know, and he's not gonna drink regularly, so he's kind of just like, when in Rome, you know. Yeah, I kind of expected him to be like, you know, I had to temper us. You know, David wanted to drink more, but I had to remind him that we had work to do or whatever. Or we really didn't know if we'd see tomorrow night. I think its layer is deeper beyond the bone chimes, I said, pointing to a location on the map David had spread out on the table. We had mapped out where the cabin was, then our path up to the chimes. We had mapped out where the cabin was, then our path up to the chimes themselves, and I had started lining out a potential territory for the thing within those constraints. There was what looked to be some kind of rocky cliff not far from where we stopped, nestled in the trees. This would be sheltered from wind and the cold fairly well, I said. We know this thing is at least intelligent enough to build chimes, which betrays the fact that it's probably as smart as us, I said. Common knowledge was that opposable thumbs may enable tool making, and tool making was part of problem solving. If this thing had tools to build chimes, carving intricate patterns into bone and weaving sinew into rope to hang them from trees, I had assumed that it was likely smart enough to know we were hunting it and would likely prepare itself for confrontation. It's mostly active at night, David offered, observing the map as he cleaned his rifle for the millionth time. We leave early We leave early morning, bring our flashlights and some lamp oil. We could burn it out, I finished. David nodded. It was archaic and betrayed our nature as violent destroyers. I forget, Diaz is, obviously like a Spanish last name, but he does seem to be somewhat maybe native, maybe not like Native American, but like in some of his language and stuff, it seems like indigenous, or he spent time with like indigenous peoples, because it talks about him being in Brazil and all that stuff. But we don't actually know. I don't think. Not that I fully remember. And betrayed our nature as violent destroyers. But I really had no recourse and couldn't argue with David's logic. He was a man afraid, and so was I. I wasn't about to tell him to put his family in danger when we could just kill the thing now and be done with it. I turned my thoughts towards the few things I had seen up to that point. I didn't like killing the things I studied. I wanted them to live out their lives. Sometimes, however, these things didn't want to live peacefully. Things like crawlers and the striders were fine to let live, but then my mind carried itself to thoughts of the and what it did and what it could do. My fist clenched in my lap and I grit my teeth. It needs to die, Doctor, David said, looking at the curtain that covered the window. I saw the fear in his eyes and the slight quiver in his lips as he spoke. I nodded in agreement. I know, I said. So yeah, he's used these terms before, like crawlers, striders, which we don't fully know what those are. I thought he claimed he had a name for this creature some part in part 1. We'll see if it comes up again. But yeah, or maybe he said it's not something that he had a name for, it's something new. And yeah, and the fact that he's like usually hesitant to kill it, then I guess it did kill a dog. Yeah, I guess they're like, and because it's coming to the house so much, they figure it's only a matter of time till it attacks one of the guy's family. So I guess that makes sense. It's like a shark that they know is like biting people or whatever, it's that sort of a thing. It's like they'll kill, they'll send hunters after like an animal that they know visits and like attacks campers and stuff, like a bear or whatever, or a mountain lion or something. So I guess that does make sense from like an ecology standpoint. It's just, he's like, yeah, he is an academic, right? So not only does he study these things, but he's like, his first instinct is not to just hunt them. So calling him a monster hunter at the beginning probably isn't fair. Because he definitely is more just like a cryptozoologist, but for all intents and purposes, it's like, okay, you're a monster cataloger, sometimes killer, I know, I said. I finished my glass and got to my feet, peeking out the window. The sun was rising over the mountains and bathing the valley below us in light. I stared for a moment at the beauty. The world was colored in the rays of the morning sun. Purples and yellows shone out beautifully across the gold and orange trees. Gold and orange trees. For some reason, I was thinking this whole time like pine, and for a second, I forgot what we were hunting. I forgot the terror that lived in the corners of the world, and I forgot about the things that haunted me, following me across that world. David peered out the window with me, watching the light grow in the distance as the morning continued. Undaunted and uncaring. Uncaring, huh? I don't know if that fit. It's like, I guess maybe the author's just describing that both of them are having this like moment of peace as the sun is rising, which I guess is understandable, especially if you know that the thing like hunts at night. But I could understand how the doctor could forget, how Dr. Diaz could kind of forget, but to me, when it says that David like that he stared out undaunted and uncaring, like, I don't know, I guess it just kind of threw me, because I'm like, he cares a lot. He's been very scared and angry and worried about his family up to this point. So I guess they're drunk. They've just been drinking all night. So maybe it's like they've kind of calmed down. Maybe that's what it's signifying. I took a deep breath and found solace in that fact. The world would go on, with or without us. And as the day brightened, I had a sinking feeling that David and I would not be returning from the forest this time. I prepared for the journey as David talked to Marlene and the kids. I gave them privacy, entering the guest room and picking up my rosary beads from the bedside table. I held them carefully in my hands, rolling the wooden beads between my fingers, tracing the outline of Mary and the crucifix. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, focusing on the beads in my hands. I hadn't prayed for a long time, but it came easy, as if God had just been waiting for me to return. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. I finished. Something twitched at the back of my mind, and I felt as if I was no longer alone in my room. My associate had returned and found that perhaps I had more sorrow than usual to feed. Oh, right. That's something about the entity that haunts Dr. Diaz is like feeding off his sorrow. Found that perhaps I had more sorrow than usual to feed upon. It was like a remora feeding on the refuse I tried to discard. I don't know what remora is. Feeding on the refuse I tried to discard. The panic in my heart seemed to settle as I finished my prayer, almost like someone placing a hand upon my shoulder and assuring me that all will be right with the world. I stood, pocketing the rosary, and wrapped myself in my jacket. I stepped out of my room, pulling my gloves on as I stood alone at the front door. Did it go all right with the kids? I asked. David shrugged, opening the door. Captain walked out first, ready for an adventure, and not knowing what darkness we would soon walk into. As we walked out into the cold, I placed a hand on David's shoulder. David? It's those fish that follow sharks. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, or they eat the shit. I know there are the fish that do it on whales too, where they eat their skin. That makes sense. Remora, okay. Put my hand on David's shoulder. David. They don't understand, David said finally. Seth cried, so Bailey cried. He let out a long, forlorn breath. So Marlene took them to their room to try and soothe them. He looked out to the forest. Are you prepared? He asked. As I'll ever be. "Do you have the oil and matches?" I asked. He held up a bag and I took it, slinging it around my torso. "Then I guess we're ready," he nodded, solemn, as we set off. It was earlier in the morning than yesterday, but the forest was still dark and suffocatingly dense. I noticed for the first time that the forest was strangely silent. I glanced at David and could tell he noticed as well. It was as if a blanket of silence had been laid across the trees. Thanks, Boots. Thanks, Guy Online. Appreciate you guys. I noticed for the first time the forest was strangely silent. I glanced at David and could tell he noticed as well. It was as if a blanket of silence had been laid across the trees. Not one bird sang, and I could hear the movement of life that was usually so common in the underbrush. Eventually, we made our way to the site of the bone chimes. I froze and stepped into view of the tree, hanging from twisted sinew and ropes of intestines. Pale and clammy was the corpse of a fox. Oh, I think that's the fox. I think they saw that fox yesterday. In part 1, yeah. Hanging from twisted sinew, ropes of intestines, pale and clammy was the corpse of a fox. Its fur was matted with blood, the chest was torn open, and the bones inside had been broken, removed, and sucked dry of marrow. They sat in a pile under the corpse, which moved stiffly in the breeze in that horrible way that corpses do. "Oh God," David said, covering his face from the stench of rotted death. "It's a warning." He looked over at me. I nodded slowly, trying to ignore what that may mean. "It knows we're after it," I said. We stood in silence for a moment, the only sound being the clicking and whistling bone chimes above us, littered in the trees. David let out a sigh and gripped his rifle tight. "Then we keep going," he said, setting his jaw in determination. I paused for a moment, lost in thought. It knew we were coming, was prepared to meet us. Was it prepared to meet us, to fight us? I looked up at the body of the fox, small and sad and dripping in the cold morning air. The body had been hollowed out, its bones ripped clean from flesh, and its entrails wrapped around the branches like Christmas decorations. "And kill it," I assured myself, and we kept going deeper into the trees, beyond the line of bone chimes that marked out the beginning of the thing's territory. As soon as we passed the barrier, it was like the air seemed to change. It got warmer, in the disgusting way that rot, fetid flesh can be warm, and the leaves no longer crunched under our feet. They squished. The ground was soft, like mud, but I could tell that it was soaked in rot, and it was like walking through a glue trap. Ugh. Our boots squelching in the muck. Captain found his own way through, across fallen logs and large rocks, sniffing the air. I did not envy his sense of smell at that moment, for the stench had gotten worse, and the air had a patina of grease and slime to it. That part is gross. Very good, imagery, though, but very gross. I like the details of the leaves didn't no longer crunched underfoot. They squeezed, that's just a good detail. That's good like imagery, and very good tactile writing where you're not just talking about what the characters are seeing, but you're really making us feel what the characters are feeling and how they notice the ground is no longer like dry, or all of a sudden the feeling of the dirt under your boots is different because it's been like so caked and soaked with blood, and this creature's like greases and oozes, and just overall like aura, like this creature's aura has literally seeped into the ground of its territory. It's not just the bone chimes or the trees, or it's not just the trees underneath where he's been hanging these dead animals. It's the very ground that they walk on. I think that that's a very, very good, interesting detail. And normally they'll say like in a scary story, like when they're coming upon a monster or something, they'll be like the night, like it did the thing earlier with the sound, right? Which is very cliche, that it's like all of a sudden we noticed that there was no sounds of life, Fine. Cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. It works in real life, when a predator's around or about to strike or whatever, animals get quiet, they hide. So I totally get why that's a cliche for a reason, but I like that they kind of added to it and made it their own. We approached our destination, the foot of a rocky cliff nearby, and were nearly stopped in our tracks when we crossed into the small clearing. The first thing I noticed was the stench. It was overwhelming, so bad that even the mask I put on did nothing to ignore it. The air itself was so dense with a heat haze of grease that it was like David and I were swimming through it. The ground was soft, squishy, and had the consistency of molasses, and the dirt was stained a deep black red. Insects buzzed around us, zipping to and fro, and we got sight of what lay deeper in the clearing. At the bottom of the cliff was a small grotto, sheltered by a rocky outcropping. But piled around the grotto were mounds of gore, intestines, organs, rotted flesh, and the corpses of long-dead wildlife littered the ground around the cave opening. What had been covered by the wall of hides, which had been covered by the wall of hides, improperly dried to create some kind of makeshift door. Smoke gently swirled out of the gap in the door. Some of the flesh around us was so old that it was green, growing mold and maggots. On one side of the corpse grotto was a pile of dried and bleached bones, stacked neatly next to a pile of dry wood. The visage itself was horrifying beyond compare, and if I had not been wearing a mask, I would have vomited. It must be in there, I said, tapping David and pointing at the door. He nodded, holding up his rifle. I could see him tremble slightly. Don't shout, dude. Come on. Really? He's literally gonna just announce that they're there? I mean, I'm sure the thing knows, but oh my god, that "Show yourself!" David shouted as the door of hides trembled. Something was moving behind it. I could hear the movement of dry, cracking flesh and the horrible sounds of bones popping. 7 long fingers inched their way around the edge of the flesh curtain. 7 long fingers, each one withered and scarred and bleeding at the joints. Like the simple action of moving forced its skin to break and bleed. The curtain was peeled back, and the creature called out. It was almost human in its shape, enough that you could almost get away with thinking that it could have been at one point. Okay. I think that sentence is a little clunky. I think maybe there's a cleaner way to say that. It was almost human in shape, enough that you could almost get away with thinking it could have been at one point. I think maybe you just say it was almost human in shape. I don't know if you necessarily need that next part. Just a thought though. I mean, it doesn't bother me too much. It's just kind of a confusing line that's like, it was almost human in shape, enough that you could almost get away with thinking it could have been at one point. So it's kind of like it maybe probably could have been, it just kind of sounds like it just sounds like qualifier after qualifier, if that makes sense. And so I think you just say it was almost human in its shape. Because so far the writing, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some parts that are like very descriptive and kind of longer and like flowery language, like talking about the patinas and the smells and stuff that they're walking on. But I do feel like for the most part the writing is very like matter of fact. Like it seems like it kind of emulates Dr. Diaz in its simplicity. Like he seems to be kind of a simple speaker too, like short, a man of actions and few words maybe. But yeah, so I just feel like that kind of, to start the paragraph that way, it kind of seemed out of place to me. But and then its face, however, betrayed that it was far from familiar. It was the visage not unlike the naked skull of a horse, with wicked sharp teeth, every curve and every wicked angle. And see, like, and now in this paragraph, like up here you have the two use of almost. You have the almost human in its shape, enough that you could almost, which you could get rid of by just getting rid of this after the comma here, the sentence. And then now we have it was a visage not unlike the naked skull of a horse, with wicked sharp teeth, every curve and every wicked angle of bone was visible. It's just a repeat now of wicked that's like making me, I don't know, it does something in my brain when it's just like a repeat description. I'm not saying you can't do it, I'm just saying that with the almost at the beginning of the paragraph repeating too, it's like it's double noticeable. And to me, it's not, I wouldn't even say it's just repetitive, I think there's definitely a time to repeat language and repeat like sentence structure, but yeah, I think it should maybe be changed. Like the wicked sharp teeth, and then just like every curve and jagged angle of the bone was visible. Like a word like jagged would work there perfectly fine. and it looked like the skin of its face had been stripped away, rotten and foul. Its eyes sagged out of its sockets like fat, wet balloons. Its eyes sagged out of its sockets like fat, wet balloons filled with water, swollen and pale. I shuddered, remembering them from the night before. Even in the light of day, they seemed to burn with a horrible fire. A long, thick tongue lolled out of its mouth, covered in welts and pus, and dripping green and black saliva on the ground, dribbling down its chin and its long, thick neck. Its skin was pale peach, covered in red and green rashes. Rotten pustules were littered across the folds of its stretched skin, and I retched at the deep purple and red stretch marks around the base of its throat. Its shoulders were sloped, and its arms were thin and long, making the creature look weak, feeble even. Its hands could have been human, if not for the extra fingers. They looked like great pale spiders with bleeding fingernail beds. The creature chattered its teeth, taking a step forwards, dragging its great weight forwards. Its distended stomach sagged, blood and pus dripping from the wounds set in its flesh. For a moment, we all stood still and silent, us and the beast. Captain whimpered behind us, and the naturalist in me wondered, even for a moment, if we could communicate with the creature. It lifted a hand and curled it into a fist. I took a step back, but realized it was pointing. I looked behind me and could see what it was pointing at. Above us, in the trees, were animals, skinned and dead and stretched out like a canopy of rot. If I could have stood there and studied it a while, it may have been clear that it was spelling words in a language no one knew. It tends to be quite clear when something is a language versus just plain nonsense. Then it moved. It was fast, faster than I expected, but David was ready for it. A loud crack echoed through the forest as he pulled the trigger to his hunting rifle. The gun bucked in his arms, but he stood firm. A chunk of rotten flesh exploded out the creature's neck, splattering rot filled blood and pus across the ground. Thick, wet slabs of meat slid out of the wound. Oh, by the way, there's a typo here. It's pus with one S right here. Thick, wet slabs of meat slid out of the wound, spattering onto the ground with a solid, meaty thump. The creature let out a hollow, mournful cry of pain as it gripped the side of its throat. It lunged at us, its thin hands balled into mangled fists as it tried to attack David. David's gun went off as the thing hit him across the body, and David and his gun scattered across the wet, swampy ground. Captain let out a loud bark and leapt forward, his teeth bared. He landed on the creature's back, kicking at it with his hind feet and biting into its pale flesh. I winced as I helped David back to his feet, listening to the sounds of the thing's skin breaking and tearing so easily at Captain's savage barrage. David scrambled for his rifle, pulling it up from the sticky ground and turning the barrel back towards the beast. "Captain, down!" he shouted. The dog paused, and in a single moment the creature grabbed the poor animal and ripped him free from its throat. Oh, I see. It ripped. So the dog was biting the creature's throat too? Jesus. It grabbed the dog with 2 hands and twisted. David and I cried out in sorrow and pain as Captain's bones splintered, and the thing wrung him out like a wet rag. His blood, fresh and deep red, joined the rotting piles of refuge and offal. Rotting piles of refuse and offal across the ground. The thing tossed Captain's shattered body aside and let out a horrible, hollow roar. David matched the thing's rage and pulled the trigger of his rifle. Crack! 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 6 shots rang out across the trees. The creature slumped, stopped in its tracks. Chunks of flesh sloughed off its body, thudding onto the ground. Wet, white slabs of muscle and raw, red organs oozed out of holes in its stomach. I retched, pulling my mask aside, and vomited into the slime of the ground beneath me. I paused, took a breath, and vomited again. This lasted a while until I was fairly certain that there was nothing left to evacuate from my stomach. Finally, I stood and started to fish out the oil from the bag David had given me. I looked up, finding him next to cabin, his pistol drawn and his rifle at his side. The dog whimpered out in pain. I could see its body twitch as it tried to move its legs. Tears filled my eyes from the pain of the stench around me and the pain of losing a dog as loyal as Captain. The dog had nearly been twisted in two, and I knew he didn't have long. "You're a good dog," David said gently, one hand around Captain's head, stroking him gently. "You're a good boy," he sniffed out, and I could see the struggle of pain inside him. "You did a good job. It's time to rest now. Just rest," he whispered, bringing the pistol up to the dog. I turned away before he pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunfire seemed to echo through the trees, followed by David's howl of anguish. And then everything was silent for a while, save for the gurgling of the thing's organs slipping and sliding out of its body. I turned back to see David looming over the corpse, his pistol in his hands. I stepped up the pistol in his hand. I stepped up, the oil in my own. "We have a job to do, David," I said. He looked at me, his eyes full of rage and hurt. I placed a hand on his arm. "Let's burn this bastard," I said. He nodded, taking the lamp oil from me. We spent the next hour arranging dry logs that were next to the grotto around the corpse of the creature. We drenched the whole thing in oil, and David lit a match. It went up instantly, and the smell of smoke and burning flesh filled the air. David and I watched the smoke rise for a few minutes before we turned to leave. David bent down and picked up Captain's body, and we made our way out of the forest. That was fucking sad, dude. Jesus Christ. I mean, the first part got me with the other dog getting killed, but now to have this dog die, that just bums me out. I mean, it was a pretty good action sequence. I liked it for the most part. I have some notes about it, but as far as the climax, I like that it just went there, that they found that they figured out on their first trip, they figured out that some things about the creature, and they figured out where its den was, and then it followed him back home, or then they left and realized the creature was following them, and they got back home, and you know, they realized it was kind of right behind them the whole time, and, you know, all that. And then they're like, we're gonna plan this night. And so they planned, they went out there, and they killed it. I guess maybe the dog helped them find the creature's territory the first time, but I don't know. I mean, Captain did save, it seemed like saved both of their lives, or at least David's. So I can understand that, but I'm almost like, this thing killed one of your dogs. Why even bring your dog out there the second time unless you eat it? But anyways, that's fine. I mean, you know, it was just a sad moment, and it just bums me out that David lost both of his dogs to this creature. You know, that's a bummer for sure. But at least they killed it. But now I'm also wondering, so like, they lit it on fire, which is good, I guess. You know, that seems like a pretty definitive way to kill it. There are more parts to this, so I wonder if the creature comes back in some way, or if there were other creatures, you know, so to speak. But then also, you know, I guess my main note about the story, or about the second part of the story, is I guess the doctor helped him find the creature's territory. Or not even really, because it seems like the guy, David, led the doctor to where they found the dog, the first dog's corpse left. And so just from there, it was the doctor who noticed the wind chimes and stuff like that. But I almost just, I'm like, I realized that this, I know the doctor like refused to take a gun earlier, but I almost wish that like Dr. Diaz had something more to do, because it just seems like he just went with him. David shot him. He puked. And then of course my other note is that it just seems kind of dumb that they would go to his den and just be like, come out here. You know, I thought that they were going to like try to burn it out from the cave inside the grotto itself. So they were going to like try to light a fire to where the thing would have to maybe come through the fire and hopefully catch on fire. You know, I thought that it was going to be that sort of a thing. And so the fact that he just yells at it, it comes out, it's like pointing up to the things, and it's like communicating with them kind of, and then it just lunges at them, and David shoots it, and then he gets hit to the side. So then you know, Captain the goat jumps in to save him. But I'm kind of like, you know, what did our main character didn't even need to be there. I feel like basically all of this stuff David could have just kind of done by himself. Maybe the doctor, you know, was just there to kind of keep him safe and keep him from making a mistake. But yeah, I'm kind of like, it seemed anticlimactic from our main character's perspective. Now, granted, he's not like a hunter. He refused the gun, so I get it that he's not the one to shoot him. But maybe, like, I thought where it was gonna go is that, because it seemed like he was like, oh, it seems to be like spelling something with the corpses, or it has like a language. The corpses mean something to him or whatever, you know. I thought that the doctor was going to figure something out that either enabled them to kill the creature or enabled them to, like, you know, somehow make peace with it or whatever. I thought maybe it was going that way, but then it was just like, nope, boom, you know. And so, like, I was just hoping for a little bit more, I guess, from the protagonist is like my one main note. But I guess there are more parts to the story from what I remember, and so maybe, you know, maybe that's for the later parts. I don't really know, or some other parts of the story. But overall, I liked like the descriptions, and I liked the monster design, and I liked all the action did feel earned, and it felt like it made sense. The only part that didn't make sense to me was them announcing their presence, and then, not that it doesn't make sense, but I just wish that Diaz, our character, Dr. Diaz, had a little bit more to do, or contributed in some way. Or maybe he realized that, like, maybe it would happen where, like, David's separated from his gun, but he, like, uses a flashlight to, like, blind the creature because he sees that his eyes are really sensitive, and yes, it's his skin and stuff that's all deformed and stuff, but the reason it doesn't like to come out in the sun is because of its eyes. And so maybe, like, Diaz is able to, like, do something with the flashlight to, like, distract it or keep it, and that gives David enough time to get to his rifle and shoot it the later times after. And it could have just been something small like that after Captain made the ultimate sacrifice and saved him. So it could have been like just a little bit more of a team effort. But again, I don't know that this is even the final part of this story, or maybe there are more parts to the story that are going to be, or to Dr. Diaz's story, that are going to be about him learning and studying other creatures. And so maybe that's where, we'll see more of that come in. I just feel like for a short story and for our protagonist, like, he went there, right? Like, he's out there, so you got to give him, like, the credit for that, for being there, and, like, lighting the fire and all that stuff. But I'm also just wondering if, like, it seemed like pretty much all of this stuff, like, David knew. If he didn't know it was the creature's territory, he at least knew where to find some of the corpses. So you got to figure, like, if you just keep going that way, you'll find the creature, or the creature's territory. And also, the creature seemed to be running around his house all the time. So I'm like, you could have shot him anywhere. You could have shot him from your upper window, and then tracked him or something and went and shot him in the woods, or, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, that's just kind of my main thing, is I'm like, it seemed like everything that happened in this story, other than just Dr. Diaz pointing out the wind chimes and, like, understanding that the creature is maybe more intelligent than David realizes, it seems like everything else David could have just done by himself, and probably would have. And so I guess I wish that our protagonist was maybe a little bit stronger of a force in the story. And I did think, because they had so much with the wife and kids, I did think that that was going to come back in some respect, that, like, oh no, the creature, like, they shoot the creature, but then it gets away, and they realize that it's doubling back to the house, and it's way faster than them. And so they're like, oh my God, it's going to beat us to the house, and no one's there to protect my family. And so that's the other thing too. Because, like, right now, and that's the thing, it's like, it was threatening them, it killed their dogs and stuff, but it's like, it was standing up against a window, pressed up against the window. If it can pick up a dog and break it like a wet rag, it says, thrash it around, you have to assume it can jump through or break a window. Like, it could get into that house. So, yeah, I guess those are kind of my main notes, as I'm thinking about, like, it's not that it was an easy kill, because it did kill both the dogs and stuff, but it was just a little simple. And simple is a lot of times good in horror. So I'm not saying way overcomplicate things, but I'm saying, like, I would like to see the protagonist do more, and I would like to see a situation where a situation where they it's not always just like so straightforward. Like even with the dialogue, it was a lot of like, we're gonna kill this thing. Yep, we are. And then it was just a lot of like, so even the dialogue in it didn't feel like stuff with like, other than the part where they were at the house drinking and they were figuring out like, oh, so this place is a cliff, here's a grotto, so I bet this would be a good place for it to shelter, so I bet it's here. Like that conversation was good, but like a lot of the back and forth, it just seemed like repeating or like saying not even the subtext, but just the plot of the story. It was like them just being like, now we're going to kill this thing. Yep, we're going to kill this thing, and I think it's down there, or we must be getting close, like, and it's like, yep, we are. Yeah. So yeah, that's just kind of like my note now, is that like, I think maybe it was a little straightforward, and I maybe wanted there to be a few more twists and turns. But maybe that's coming. Again, like I said, I do think that maybe there are more parts to this story. So maybe this whole thing is just a giant like fake out to make you think that, oh, the monster's dead. Well, okay, so there's a part 3, the mountain lizard finale. So who knows where the mountain lizard comes in, or why that but that's part 3, and we might read part 3 eventually. Not today, but I do want to say that like that's just my opinion of the story right now, if I only read the first 2 parts. It's still it's not a bad story by any means. It's still a cool creature, and it's an interesting protagonist and all that stuff, and it's a fun, like I said at the beginning, it's a really fun like mold for how to just write this sort of a detective story, or like a monster, supernatural-esque, whatever, monster hunter type of story, where like you could just use this formula where each short story is like, well, now he's got this case where he's going to figure out what creature is terrorizing this family or these people, or this community, whatever it may be, right? And so I really like that like formula and this character for that formula, but yeah, I think in order for me to really get invested and want to read more stuff for this character in the future, because it's set up with how he's being haunted by the creature that feeds on sorrow and stuff. It's set up stuff for like future parts, but I want to see that I want to see him, if not do something straight up heroic, maybe do something that it shows his why he's so adept at hunting, or whatever, dealing with these monsters, you know what I mean? We got some of that in part 1, so that's why I think I liked part 1 ultimately more, is because it was like they were figuring out what the nature of this creature is and why it was seemed to be like terrorizing this one family. And it's because this one family with the dog before, when he was out hunting or whatever, had trespassed on its territory, and so the monster then like followed them, that sort of a thing. And so that part, I think, it was building the horror, and then we got to see the creature and we saw the creepy bone chimes, and so that was cool. This one, it's kind of like, well, we go out in the forest and we shoot it and it kills the dog, but we kill it and we light it on fire. And I just would have liked to see a few more twists and turns, I think. But that's just my opinion. And like I said, there is a part 3. So like I'm saying all this, part 3 could be where all this stuff happens. And so then it's like, well, then I just ate all my words, you know? So yeah, you know, but all in all, I think it's still like a very worthwhile, interesting read, and like I say, it's an interesting character to be able to use to just any time I want to write a creature feature. I already have like a person who can go out and find it and understand or figure out what it is, and I have like, and that's what he does for a profession. So I have a reason why he's like going out there and hunting this thing or learning about this creature. And so that I think is what is the best part ultimately of this story, is just that you have this character that you can use for any type of monster, and you could just write a story about it using this character of Dr. Diaz. And I think that is ultimately really like useful and cool, and something that, as somebody who really likes like murder mysteries and detective fiction and you know, police procedurals, I like how formulaic they are, and it starts with a body or a crime and the detective has to solve it, and it's like one episode, boom, he solves it, done. So as somebody who really likes that, I think it's really cool to use that same sort of formula in a horror sense, where somebody is like a, you know, a paranormal investigator or whatever, but instead of having a TV episode where they go, it's like I write a short story, a creepypasta, a short story, I post it on Reddit, and that's how you can really build, I feel like, a fan base, is to have a repeat character that people can come back to, that they can read one part of the story and it's this monster, and then they read another, it's a completely different monster, and then slowly over time they learn more about the characters and their backstory and, you know, all that good stuff. I think that's really fun for like an episodic, you know, horror series, you know, so to speak. And yeah, I'm definitely curious what happens in part 3, because it did seem like part 2 kind of gave it a pretty definitive end. But we'll see. Maybe we'll read part 3 in the future, but that's what I'm gonna say. Everybody go support Eat the Monolith. You know, they've written this series, I think, you know, go follow them, go upvote. Yeah, okay, I already upvoted part 1. But they have these other stories that they're posting new stuff all the time. So like, what happens next? I went to a church for absolution. A different God answered my prayers. That sounds like a Alarm Black part 2. You know, so they got multiple other part stories. Incident Classified, Omega, Anomaly 045. This seems kind of like an SCP type thing, which is very cool. I like that. I tried to save a guy stuck in an elevator. Now all of reality is in danger. That sounds fun too. Rapid reality intervention team. Military personnel flight as part of an RRIT. Yeah, that's interesting. So it seems like they're doing kind of some military or like SCP themed stuff too, which is awesome. I think, you know, go support them, read some of their other stories, follow them. Here, I'll follow them. And yeah, you know, that's good stuff so far. We'll see if we'll read part 3 sometime. I am glad that at least I kind of know, if not so much that the monster's for sure dead, because I do think there's a chance that it still comes back somehow. I like that, like, we got to we knew, we figured out what the monster wanted, where it lived. They went, they killed it, or they thought they killed it. And that's kind of a simple for a part 1 and a part 2. Like part 1's like they learned kind of what the creature's about, they learned what it wants and what it looks like, and then in part 2 they go find it, they kill it, and then part 3, who knows, maybe there's going to be another creature, maybe that's not the only one, we don't know. Awesome. Yeah, very good, definitely worth the read. Definitely glad we, because I never know when I read part 1s of these stories if I'm gonna ever read a part 2 or multiple parts. I just kind of play it by ear, and I see what's going on, and I look for other stories and stuff. But yeah, so I'm glad. But I'm glad we read it. Let's move on to There's Something Under the Boardwalk part 2. And now this one's fun because I remember from part 1, it's just like a dude working in this record shop on this like broken down boardwalk in this area where I think the boardwalk's maybe just dying as a whole, or maybe like, yeah, I forget, but he does a lot of really good descriptions of just like, oh, this is the type of town that I live in. It's a tourist town. It's only alive in the summer. Right now the summer's over and things are just getting more and more. It's just a ghost town, so he kind of has this like ghost town element to the setting, to the environment. And yeah, I really liked the ambiance of this story. And then like right at the end, he's walking to a bar, into a bar. Well, first he talks with the homeless guy, which I remember I loved. I forget his name. I think they gave the homeless guy kind of a mean name. And at the end he asks him what his name is, and the guy's like, "Oh, it doesn't matter," or something to that effect. And I was saying the whole time, I was like, I think they're setting it up to the homeless guy is gonna die, and it's gonna be really sad. And the guy working in the record shop who, was so nice to him and believed that he was finally gonna get sober and go find his daughter or whatever. It's just setting this up for a tragic twist of fate, And so that was kind of the beginning, but then he trips after he talks to that guy walking into the bar, and he just like sees an eye, like underneath the boardwalk, like in the crack of the boardwalk, like looking up at him. And so it's just kind of a weird Lovecraftian, like there's something under the boardwalk. Thing. And also, the homeless guy, I forget if it says if he sleeps under the boardwalk or if but he's just homeless and he chills out there. And yeah, I mean that was pretty much it. It was one of those stories where it's like not a lot happened in part 1. He just kind of left the boardwalk, talked to this homeless guy, and then tripped and saw this creature under the boardwalk. But it was really about like the writing and the ambiance and the aura that it gave off. I really, really dug. And so I think we're going to get into part 2 now, but I just wanted to kind of give a short recap. I don't think there's too much I missed. I know I missed the character's name of the homeless gentleman, but yeah, I think I really liked the beginning too, because he's describing like the record store and what it's like, working in this record store that nobody ever comes in, or that is only busy a few months out of the year. And it just brought back a lot of memories for me. I worked in a record store for like one summer when I was like 17, 18. And it was an older record shop too. So it brought back a lot of memories for me in that sense. But I also thought about like what a kind of haunting, everyone has the haunted library or like the haunted castle. But I was thinking like a haunted record store or a haunted boardwalk that then, because there's this creature under the boardwalk, it's like it starts haunting all the places and businesses around the boardwalk, and creepy shit starts happening all around. I was like, what a cool just setting for a horror story. I thought it was really unique and fun. You don't typically, even if it's an old kind of crappier beach or boardwalk, you don't think about the beach other than for like a shark movie, Jaws. You don't think about the beach being like a great setting for horror, but I think it really worked in this case. I was definitely digging on it. So I'm excited to get into this next one here. I want to throw on something because I got to go to the bathroom. So what should I throw on? You guys want Meat Canyon? You want Colt 45? Should I put on Hunter's new? This is awesome, by the way. Discord mods are the worst. It's so good. I'll just throw this on. Why the hell not?
Let's get in the back of the jam jar for a bit of in and out, eh? Yeah.
Alright, be right back. Going to the restroom.
Gonna get looks like the sidemen have gone retarded.
It's not that it goes bad, but it just feels like when you read this much like out loud and talk for this extended period of time out loud, it's like, I don't know, every time I think my voice is going to handle it, but then it's like, I don't know, I can almost feel it in the back of my throat, and it's like it kind of starts to get itchy and stuff, and I'm just like, ugh. And it's not that I'm getting sick, but it's just, it's one of those things where I think the more you do it, probably the easier it does get, but like today when I haven't done it for a while, I'm like, God damn, it's just one of those things where need some tea and honey maybe. Gotta lay off the Red Bull, something. All right, be right back.
Oh yeah, she's hot. I would crush on a show like this. Women are obsessed with me. I already got this one girl catcalling me every night. Tonight I'm gonna have her wetter than a 42-year-old nurse at a Kevin Gates concert. You've been glued to that thing all night. If you don't start paying attention to these videos I'm showing you, man, you're gonna be alone for a long time. Look at you.
Huh? Oh, sorry. I've been trying to convince this guy I'm a girl for like the past 6.5 hours.
Wait, what are you doing?
Hey, look at that!
Good God, man. Your username is Miss Virgin Double D's?
Yeah, I'm in a sleep token Discord server to pick up chicks. It's actually a pretty sweet plan. I pretend to be a girl to gain their trust and their friendship.
I'm a girl and I'm just looking for a friend. Nothing else, I swear.
And over the course of 9 or so months, it's anime watch parties,
I love anime.
Sleep Token E-concerts,
I love Sleep Token.
friend slot game nights.
I love video games. I'm a girl.
And then, just when they trust me the most, that's when I reveal I'm a man, and they're excited. They say, oh my God, I'm so glad you're a guy and not a girl, this person who I thought you were. And they become my girlfriend. It's pretty good, right?
So you're not even meeting these people in person? You just talking to them on Discord?
You know what, shut up, man. It's just easier to meet girls online. And plus, this Discord mod keeps banning all these guys who are pretending to be girls, and he's totally cock-blocking me.
But you are pretending to be a girl.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not one of the weird ones.
See, this is the problem with men nowadays. Having to deceive people and meet creeps online instead of meeting real people in real life.
Oh, she's a creep? Really? Look at that right there. Does that look like a creep to you? Her name is Sakura.
And where is Sakura from?
Dayton, Ohio.
Oh, Jesus, you're pathetic, dude.
Hey, come on, man. Hey, what the hell?
Night, guys.
Yeah, okay, good night, Blockton.
I'm off to bed.
I'm pathetic. You're the one obsessing over some stranger singing to you in the middle of the night.
It's called a cat call, and obviously you've never had one.
Do you even know what she looks like? Have you even thought about what this person's trying to do to you? She could be trying to kidnap you? Fucking rob you? Give you a goddamn Ghirardelli dark chocolate bar for all we know?
No, but she sounds hot.
Margaret, don't you think it's a little weird that some stranger wants to meet Tugboat in the middle of the night?
I don't know. Sounds like my kind of night.
I don't know, man. All of this just feels... How do I say it? It just feels... spooky.
All right, girl, I'm coming. If I beat that pussy,
Oh,
I
big
bet you
man.
don't tell me.
Look at you.
Well, have fun getting scammed by random dudes on Discord. If I beat that pussy up, is you gonna tell on me?
Oh, yeah? Have fun getting killed by some stranger, asshole! Damn it. He thinks I'm getting scammed? Yeah, right. He's getting scammed. I'm not getting scammed.
Hey, I'll talk to you soon. I'm heading into O'Reilly's to pick up some antifreeze. Hey, send me a selfie. I want to emulate your look. Where's the picture?
Hello?
Turn on your webcam.
I'm sick. I'd rather not show my face.
Clock's ticking, kitten. I'm only gonna ask you one more time.
Okay, here, 1 second. I'll take a picture. Just let me pull out my camera, and I'll just...
Oh, if only I know it.
No. Here, look. Here's your picture.
Oh my god. This is you?
Yeah. That picture's of me.
Oh yeah, one thing I want to say too about my tattoo is I've always kind of wanted a somewhat Edgar Allan Poe inspired tattoo, and I feel like this definitely qualifies with the raven on the tree and stuff, and just the general look of it. But I definitely feel like too, just me streaming and like the CREEPCAST community and all that stuff, I definitely, I definitely have had a new love for horror ever since CREEPCAST started and everything. And I probably would not have gotten this dark of a tattoo or this kind of a creepy tone if not for just CREEPCAST and all that stuff. So it's just really cool because yeah, it's just one of those things where the more I think about it and the tattoo ideas I had before, it was a lot of I just wanted writing and stuff that I liked, quotes and type of stuff. But it's definitely inspired me more to embrace the creepy art, and obviously when you see my channel artwork and logo and stuff, it's clearly it's it's very metal adjacent and stuff like that. And I've always liked that stuff, but it's never been fully my thing, and so it's just cool. I it's refreshing to me that I can still change, or I can still acquire new kind of tastes and stuff. If you told me a few years ago that my first real tattoo, because I have a stick and poke tattoo too that's it's honestly well done, but it's just pretty simple. But if you told me that my first like legit tattoo in a tattoo shop would be, I mean, the Raven part, I would probably believe. But if you told me that it was just like a creepy dead tree, I'd kind of be like, oh, really? But just looking at it now, like, I don't know. I love it, so that's all that matters. But yeah, I just wanted to say it's just cool because finding this community and finding it gives you finding people that have similar interests to you. It gives you more permission and like more confidence in your own interests, and it gives you more like faith in yourself to like, nah, fuck it, I like it, it's cool, like, and to just go for stuff, and that's kind of what I feel like I did with this tattoo. So yeah, it's just cool. It's just something that I wanted to mention. Yeah, it's not like I got a giant CREEPCAST tattoo or anything, which I know some people do, and shout out to them. But I do still think in my own way, it's definitely it's definitely I definitely got this tattoo because of my newfound love of like horror and horror stories and these communities and stuff. So yeah, shout out to you guys. Thank you for giving me the confidence to be myself, you know what I mean? But yeah, anyways, let's get back to There's Under the Boardwalk. I do want to say though, the Meat Canyon video, I know anybody watching this stream has probably already watched Meat Canyon's Discord mods are the worst, but I have to say, go watch it again, because man, it is so funny, and it is so like a good like evolution of everything Hunter's done. And like I love how you can see like how he made a Pop of Meat video like a few months ago or whatever about like Discord mods and all their cringy stuff, and you can see some of that influencing this videos. And then you can see where like his cartoon influence came in with like the bit at the beginning and like the KSI I think bit, and then like the Hassan and Asmongold bit. And I just love seeing like then you get the cartoon, like classic Meat Canyon cartoon influence, and then you get all the new stuff with like the puppets. And he's trying to do a more feature length, or not feature, but like episodic, like 30-minute episode, comedy horror episode about this fucking creepy Discord mod gooner fucking thing. I just think it's just cool to see. And I hope Hunter does more of it. There's so many little things in it that I love. Like I love when he jumps out the window and it cuts to, like the stunt double with the fake ass beard on and stuff. And it's just like super obvious, just like little bits like that are almost like love letters to like shitty B horror movies, where you have these really obvious like special effects in certain parts that are really bad, but then all these really great practical effects too with the puppets and stuff. It's just beautiful. I love it. Can't wait to see more. I mean, I'm sure he'll do Meat Canyon videos that are still like all straight up animation. But, and he's kind of done the same thing with even like Melvin's Macabre, and even like, is it Monster Lab or whatever? I don't know, that show that he did like the 10 episodes of, that they made, that was a YouTube show. I think it's just cool, it's just cool to see. And I like this whole animation puppets, real Hunter as the main character, like show or episodes. I think that's super fun. It's so cool to see, so inspiring and just funny and awesome. All right, but now we'll get into There's Something Under the Boardwalk, Part 2. Sorry, hold on. I gotta keep my door open. Because we want the kiddies to come see us if they want to. Oh, they're walking around out there somewhere. So yeah, he's our main character. I think his name is Mac, maybe, has just tripped, saw the eye under the boardwalk. I jumped back. Here, let's start the week. See, don't think that, yeah, this part is pretty short too, I think. I jumped back. I pushed myself off the loose board, propping myself up against the concrete. The wood must have knocked whatever it was off the wall. Propping myself up against the concrete. The wood must have knocked whatever it was off the wall. Oh yeah, so maybe, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't on the ground, but maybe it was like he saw it. Yeah, I forget exactly, you know. It's under the boardwalk, it's near the boardwalk, you know. It's boardwalk adjacent, you might say. So, you know. Doesn't fully matter. Knocked whatever was off the wall. I turned my eyes back to the mass only to find it was gone, leaving only a trail of faint fluid in one direction, under the boardwalk. Then only silence. The sound of my rapidly racing heart was all that was left. What the hell was that? Did it really blink at me? I had to have been seeing things. I just had to. That was a dead nest. Why wasn't it thin and papery? The more I thought of its texture, oh yeah, that's right, he felt it too. The more I thought of its texture, the more I started to feel nauseous. If there was ever time I needed a drink, this was it. I began walking in a daze, listlessly on autopilot, only the buzzing sign above guiding me to my destination like a moth to a flame. I pushed the bar doors open to find an empty cavern. Only the sound of the reverberating jukebox rang about the building. Hello, it's me, Todd Rundgren. The ghosts around here had good taste. The dim lighting hid the architectural bones of the building. In typical Paradise Point tradition, this was yet another aging wonder. On quiet nights like this one, you might hear the remnants of good times pass. Sometimes it even felt like the seat next to mine was taken, even if nobody was there. For now, it was just me and my echoing footsteps. I hadn't sat for more than what felt like a few seconds before Tommy asked me for my drink. I snapped out of it. What's that? Your drink, Mac? What would you like to drink? He said, gesturing in a chugging motion. Just grab me a shot of the usual, please. With that, he made his way to the far end cooler. Blackberry brandy, a local delicacy. Never had it before I moved down here. but it quickly became my drink of choice. If your local watering hole doesn't keep a bottle or two in their frostiest cooler, don't bother. A warm shot of this might as well be a felony. I'm sure blackberry brandy chilled is very good. I've had blackberry brandy before. I think it was in a peanut butter and jelly shot, because it was a blackberry brandy, I think, with Screwball whiskey, and that was very good. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I mean, in a shot glass, very yummy. But I mean, I was when I drank, I was a big drinker, so I wasn't as much into the flavored stuff. Plenty of big drinkers are, but I could understand if you're just like a one and done, or you don't like stuff that's like, you know, like plain vodka or whiskey, like you're not into the harsher stuff. I could see chilled blackberry brandy being great. What I think would be really good is like a blackberry brandy and like soda with like some soda water and a lime, you know, something like that. I think would be really good. Or even just like in a, you know, with a soda, like a Sprite or a ginger ale, would be a very tasty, you know, if you wanted to make a drink out of it. But I guess just downing cold shots of blackberry brandy is one way to get fucked up. Brandy's just usually kind of expensive. Like, I feel like most bars you would go to nowadays, that's like an $8 shot, easy, probably 9 or even 10 some places. So it's like, I'm not gonna drink, you know, I'm not gonna be sitting there just buying shots of that for everyone if I was to still drink and go out to the bar. But if it's just for me, you know, it like it is for Mac in this situation, I could understand. Yeah, I guess he is. I forgot if he had an age, but brandy's kind of an older person drink. Not like always, like especially not flavored. Like there's cheaper, like I think Hiram Walker makes a blackberry brandy, so like that you could just use in any mixed drink. But brandy is kind of an older person drink, so it just kind of made me do a double take where I was like, is Mac a 55-year-old in a 30 to 20-year-old body, you know? Is he 70 years old working at a record shop and buying pizza slices from, you know, teenagers or whatever he did in the first part? Yeah, because I think that girl, I think he hit on her or she hit on him, or I don't know. There was something with the pizza girl though, or they were supposed to meet up here, I think. Yeah, I think maybe they're supposed to meet up at this bar. So maybe she's not a teenager, maybe she's just young, but Tommy poured a heavy hand into the glass in front of me. It's on me, buddy. He poured another for himself and we clinked our glasses. You alright, man? You look like you seen a ghost. That nauseous rot in my stomach returned. The hum of the lights above me seemed to grow louder in sync with my thudding heart. How would I even have begun to explain what I had just seen? Before I could formulate a lie, he had to greet a new bar patron. My eyes followed suit to find it was a familiar face. There she was, the girl I had just seen at Vincent's. You come here often? She said with a faux twang accent. You come here often? Pulling up in the vacated seat next to me. I reckon, I said coyly, handling my inner John Wayne. Looks like we have the place all to ourselves, she remarked with a grin. Tommy better not leave the register unattended. There might be a whole $50 in there, I quipped. She laughed. Perfect. Just the right amount to start a new life with. Yeah, Oh, okay. They're saying they're gonna steal the $50. I thought for a second I thought it was saying that they were like there might be a full $50 after we're done drinking, but no, they're saying we are gonna, if we were to rob the place, yeah, they would only make $50. Yeah. She laughed. Perfect, just the right amount to start a new life with. She presented her mixed drink to me for a cheers, only for me to realize my shot was empty. Suddenly, as if telepathically summoned, Tommy was pouring into my glass midair. Talk about top-notch service. Here's to, I trailed off. Here's to another summer in the book, she declared. I nodded my head and followed through with my second dose of medicine. She then continued, so, are you local year-round? I shook my head, yes, and clarified. Haven't always been. This is going to be the second winter I stay down here. How about you? She then proceeded to explain that she was back in school. Her father owned Vincent's, and she was only helping on the weekends until they closed for the year. She was a nursing major, in the thick of her training to become certified. I listened intently. She seemed like she had a plan. I discovered we were the same age, 23, yet on completely different avenues in life. She was at least on a road. I hadn't been on one for miles. I mean, they're both young, but yeah, our character seems very content with just working at his boring record shop job. It seems like he likes it, the chill nature of it, where she seems like more of a go-getter. Enough about me. What are you up to? A question I was dreading. I answered very plainly, I don't know. After a brief silence, I involuntarily laughed. I'm just trying to figure some things out. It's been a very long couple of years. I think she could see the fatigue on my face. Do you want to talk about it? I shook it off. Not particularly. It'll pass, just a matter of time. I noticed she must have gone home and changed. She was no longer in her generic East Coast Italian pizzeria shirt. She was wearing a faded Rolling Stone shirt under her plaid long sleeve. I saw my opening and quickly changed the subject. Hey, I love that shirt. I work over at Spectre's, actually. We have one just like it. He looked down and declared, That's hilarious. That's where I stole this from. We both laughed. It wouldn't surprise me, I remarked. The staff there is terrible. Someone needs to be fired. Our laughter echoed in this empty bar, only now mixing with the sound of a different song. These Eyes by Guess Who, the ghosts never miss. She continued, The Stones are my dad's favorite band. He named me Angie after the song. I liked that. It fit her. My dad loved them too, I concurred. He took me to see them when I was a kid. She smiled. Sounds like a great dad to me. I averted my gaze and wanted to change the subject. Then it hit me. Maybe she'd like the album I took home. I began to reach for my bag only to find that it was missing something, the record. My eyes went into the distance, suddenly being brought back to reality. My eyes went into the distance, suddenly being brought back to the reality that was my night. Everything okay? She inquired. Yeah, I just took an album home tonight, and I think I might have left it behind. Then a thought chilled me to the bone. Did it fall in my bag when I fell on the boardwalk? It was a white album. I would have seen it, right? Unless, did it slip between the cracks? My mind raced for a moment before she said, looks like I'm not the only person on the island with the 5-finger discount at Spectre's. With the 5-finger discount at Spectre's. I snapped out of it and gave a half-hearted chuckle. I looked at my phone. Few missed calls, few texts. I didn't care to answer. It was getting close to 11. I had definitely stayed longer than my allotted time at Mix. Besides, I had a girl at home that didn't like to be kept waiting. Daisy, my German shepherd, he was no doubt worried sick where I was. The thoughts of what I had seen earlier that night began storming upon what was a good mood. I quickly said, I have to get going. My dog is home waiting for me, and she could probably use a quick walk before bed. Angie smiled wide. I love dogs. Do you think I could meet her? Oh God, dude. Angie's into Mac, dude. There was a pause. I didn't know if she meant this very moment or in the near future. Either option didn't feel good to me. So he doesn't like her? What? I'm confused. There was a pause. I didn't know if she meant this very moment or in the near future. Either option didn't feel good to me. It was a nice surprise to meet someone who could distract me from my mind this long. What was the end game here? This girl was probably better off just leaving whatever this was between us right here at Mix. I'm sure you'll see her. I walk her a lot around here. Maybe if she's good, I'll grab a slice for her this weekend. That was the best I could do. It was better than run as fast as you can. Okay. So he's one of these, I hate myself. I'm a broken man. You don't want this, girl. Angie, you don't want this. I'm a loser. I'm a nobody. I'm just a hot 23-year-old who works at a record store with a cute German shepherd and, you know, my own place. And or I don't know if he has his own place, but I'm just assuming. And you don't want to get stopped by, you know, me. You don't want to get bogged down by me. You're going to nursing school. You're going to save lives. You don't want a bum like me. It's like, what the hell, dude? I get it, you know, it's part of his character. He's kind of just like an introvert, or maybe not a full introvert, but like you know, he's not at a point in his life where he wants a relationship or, you know, whatever. He's kind of comfortable where he's at, but I just think it's, you know, it's a little you know, looking a gift horse in the mouth, or you're being an idiot, you know. Don't mess up a good thing, you know. Especially somebody who seems like, you know, like they might be right for you, sort of thing. Like, I realize he just saw a creepy eye under the boardwalk, and so maybe he's more concerned with that. But I'm like, dude, don't let a giant Lovecraftian monster stop you from finding love, you know. Lovecraftian monsters will come in and out of your life, and, you know, so will love, but it's important to reach out and grab the love. Run from the Lovecraftian monsters and reach out for the love. These are the words of wisdom from me, a married man, to you, fictional character Mac in the story. Who's better than run as fast as you can? Do you need me to walk you home? She responded. I'm meeting some of my friends at the point. I was going to call an Uber. It's their last weekend of work here, so they want to celebrate. Tommy, beginning to close up for the night, spoke up. I can wait here with her. I'm still cleaning up. I'll see you tomorrow night. With what I was going to do next on my mind, I began to make my way to the exit. Just as I was opening the door, she shouted, "You never told me your name." Without turning around or even thinking, I responded, "It doesn't really matter." What the hell did I mean by that? Yeah, that's what Bane or whatever said to him, the big guy that people were mean to, even though he's a nice homeless guy. Just as I opened the bar doors, I was greeted by a misty air. The air had taken a new quality. This one was thick. Given the frequent temperature fluctuations this time of year, it was no surprise that a storm was on its way. I looked down the corridor of street lights that resided on Atlantic Avenue, blinking yellow lights, an off-season signature, and the only illuminating sight on this foggy night. There was a slight rumble in the sky. As I made my way, my footsteps on the sidewalk echoed into eternity, each step making me less sure of what I was doing. I made it to the foot of the slope, my shadow growing larger with each step. I peered out to the loose board I had become acquainted with. The fog had passed just long enough for me to see that there was nothing there, just bare, naked concrete. I had felt like a child, frightfully staring down a dark hallway after hearing a bump in the night. I scanned the area, no sight of the album. It was around this time that I noticed it was a full moon. With the storm approaching, that combination would definitely spell for high tide. The records was down there, it would be gone by morning. I turned my phone flashlight on and was greeted with more impenetrable fog. By this point, I could feel the kiss of rain above me. The boom of thunder alerted me to make a decision. I took steps forward into the mouth of the boardwalk, searching the sandy floor. Nothing. I turned my attention to the concrete wall. This had to be the spot. No sooner had I turned my attention there, a creaking crawl of sound rang out. Was someone above me? I shined my phone upward and saw nothing but the brilliance of a full moon between the cracks. I took a deep breath and noticed something peeking through the sand to my left. In a shallow grave created by the wind and sand was a white square. I immediately grabbed it. Secret treaties, finally. I can get the hell out of here. I inspected the LP for damage from the fall to find it was relatively unbothered, except for one thing. As I searched for my coffee stain, I was met with a surprise. The faint brown stain was overlapped with a new color. Black? There was a jet black streak smeared across the plastic sleeve. To my eyes, it was crusted and coarse like concrete. I held it close to my flashlight, unable to decipher its meaning. Just then another creak. I frantically shone my light in both directions to find its origin. Nothing. Something did catch my eye, the wall. The clear fluid I had noticed in my early encounter had created a slimy drip down the wall. It led to a burrowing path into the sand. It was as if something had crept in an effort to be undetected. The trail appeared to be thick and deliberate. Using my light, I traced the journey of the fluid to find it create a path to where I found the album. It led even farther. I took slight steps to discover more. I couldn't stop. My mind was screaming at me to turn back, but my inquisitive feet prevailed. I must have hypnotically walked an entire 2 blocks investigating when I stopped dead in my tracks. I spotted the edge of a sharp corner sticking out of the sand. I knelt down to investigate. It was a photo. I lifted it high and shook the sand. I knew this picture. It was the snapshot of a father with his newly born daughter in his arms. Man? What up, Harold? Damn, so I am right. This does bode ominously, quite ominously for Bane. The fact that his picture's down there. I'm also wondering if he touched this liquid or this goo earlier, is it maybe affecting him? Like, is he maybe, because it talks about him, he was kind of like hypnotically walking to the bar and in the bar, and now he talks about hypnotically walking and like investigating the ooze even after he found the record and all that stuff. So I'm thinking that he might have already somehow been affected by this eyeball that he saw, this creature under the boardwalk, so to speak. And then also, I just have to say bear trap about, because the fact that Bane's photo's down here, he either got like eaten or taken by this monster, or he's gonna find him like OD'd or something, you know, his dead body or something. But I just have to say that, like, I don't want to sound too cocky, but I knew I would be right, like, about that. Like, I was very sure about that aspect of the story. But now I'm wondering, like, is it just going to be, like, maybe it'll be a mystery where it's, like, Bane is just gone, but he finds the picture in the sand, and so he's like, Bane, and so then he's going to be like, well, where's Bane? He wouldn't have left this, and, you know, it's going to be that kind of a thing where everyone else is like, oh, he probably just left town, but, you know, he's like, well, why would he leave this picture? It's his most prized possession, you know? That sort of a thing. I think that's very possible too. But I am just curious now that is he going to find the monster? Like, he's still, this part of the story ends, so we're gonna end, you know, we're not gonna read part 3 tonight, but I'm thinking, like, is he going to actually find the monster while he's under the boardwalk right now in part 3, or is he gonna find something else? Is he gonna, you know, maybe he'll find like a cave or a, you know, a place where he thinks this creature might live? I am just curious as to like is this gonna be a story that just takes place on this one night of his life, or is it going to expand over, like, you know, maybe the next few weeks or whatever? Or maybe this is just kind of a you know, one night this creepy shit happened to me, and it's split up into several parts because the person just wanted to write it that way. You know, they wanted to take their time and maybe kind of get people into the story and tease it out a little bit. Oh, it is, Harold. It's something under the boardwalk. It's a pretty short read too. I mean, this is part 2, but part 2 was very short. Part 1 was good, but yeah, it is this dude just basically works on this like old decrepit boardwalk. He works at one of the old records, or the old record store on the boardwalk. And he's just walking out one night. He's talking to this homeless guy he knows, but then after that, he goes into a bar and he like stumbles and like leans up against the wall or something and looks through the crack of the boardwalk and he sees an eyeball. And now in part 2, he's gone under the boardwalk and he sees like this fluid that like makes a trail in the sand. And then he goes and now he's found a picture of that the homeless guy showed him. It's a picture of the homeless guy with his daughter when she was born. And the homeless guy was saying how his name's Bane, and he was saying how he was just going to he was finally going to get clean and go be with his daughter. And so it's ominous as hell that now the picture is under the boardwalk in the sand. And yeah, it doesn't bode well for Bane, is my point, but the story never did bode well for him. It was definitely setting him up as a tragic character. So yeah, but it's very good. I mean, I would recommend it so far. I'm definitely having fun with it. I really like the setting, and the ambiance is just a lot of fun. It's good writing too, but I really dig the idea of a horror story on the beach under a boardwalk, or with a pier, a boardwalk, atmosphere. I think that's super fun. And beaches can be very creepy. I think a lot of people, there's storms, there's the ocean, there's a lot of stuff that just, when done well, like this story does, it definitely can give you the heebie-jeebies. And yeah, like, I mean, if you've ever walked on the beach at night, like, it's or like, in the dark, it's like there's just all sorts of stuff, like seaweed and just weird, like oh God, what did I just step in? Was that a jellyfish? You know what I mean? It's, there's something about like just the ocean and the fact that it's like anything can wash up on shore that, you never know. And so the same applies for the boardwalk and what can be underneath it. It's like, you don't know, you can walk underneath it and you could look, but you never know what you might find, and that's very fun for a horror story. But yeah, I'm stoked on it. I definitely will be probably checking out part 3. Here, we can look while we're here and just make sure that part 3 is out. If not, we may have to wait. Or yeah, no, all the parts of this story are out, which is good, which is great. I thought there was one link that had all the links, but anyways, there's like 6-7 parts, it looks like. So I'm kind of curious if all the next parts are pretty short. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is the one. It just says final version. Yeah, so there's 7 parts. Let's see how long part 3 is. Yeah, see, still not that long. So, it's a multi-part, but it's not like a super long read. someone could probably read this in one sitting if all the parts are kind of the same length. I'm curious. Maybe I'll have to just one of my next streams. Maybe I'll just have to finish There's Something Under the Boardwalk, because I do want to figure out like what this. I mean, all we have right now is an eyeball, so I do want to figure out more about this monster, and then I also, I want to know if it's affecting him and if it's causing it, if it's having any other effects on the people who work and live around this coast or this boardwalk. You know what I mean? That's always that's always what keeps me reading, is wanting to see the monster. One of the things, not always, I should say, but one of the things that'll keep me coming back. So I can understand why he just teased it in the first part, like, and why he snuck that in right at the end of part 1. But then it's because he's like, well, you're gonna have to read like into at least part 3 before you even get to really see it for sure, sort of a thing. So I get that. Oh, thanks, Harold. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. All right. At least part 3. Oh. Let's do yeah, so now we're gonna do his name, his Reddit name is OssuaryNelms. And he's got a Substack, which I know I linked on the video. He does post a lot of his stuff on Reddit, and I know he's a no sleep refugee, like a lot of people are. I don't know any. I mean, I guess I know some people who have had some success on no sleep, but I don't know anyone who's like, I love no sleep. It's great, Plenty of people who used to love it, but I don't know one writer at least that's like, yeah, I post on there and it's awesome, But yeah, so he's got a few like multi-parts and some single parts, but apparently this is his longest story, his like most maybe covered, you could say, story, because it did well on No Sleep for a while, and then the mods pulled it off, even though it was getting traction and like people seemed to really like it. And so that's why he says it's called The Festival Mound, a story too intense for No Sleep. Now, in its complete uncensored form, read the definitive cut of the story that just wouldn't die. And then I don't think there are any spoilers, but I think he does put this at the end. He says, howdy, everybody. First off, I love how supportive this community is to horror creators who don't necessarily fit the no sleep mold. Many weeks ago, I posted my story called My Neighbors Keep Telling Me I Wasn't Supposed to Move Here over on No Sleep. Yeah, that's what the story was originally called. That's one of the reasons I wanted to read his post down here, is because I was like, maybe some people know it by the other name. Yeah, Harold, I'd love it if they hadn't removed my one story for not being scary enough. Some stories there still give me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, I mean, obviously they let some stories stay up, or they, but it's just such a shit show that it's like, how can anybody even in good conscience work on a story hard and plan on posting it there knowing that there's just such a good chance that it'll get taken down or, whatever. It's just, it's just, it's lame as fuck. It's stupid. But it's still, the biggest horror subreddit with the most followers, and so many people have gotten their start on there, could find a lot of readers there, so I understand why people still want to post on it. All right. So the story was originally called "My Neighbors Keep Telling Me I Wasn't Supposed to Move Here Over on No Sleep." I was stoked. It actually took off. Thousands of views, tons of comments, and that amazing feeling of seeing people genuinely connect with my work. Then, right at the height of the momentum, it was removed by the mods. It was a total gut punch. I know many of you in here have felt the exact same thing. I read your posts about it, and it took the wind out of my sails for sure. Instead of letting the story die, I just kept writing. It's grown into 8 parts now. My long-term goal is to transition my work into physical publications, and I've always dreamed of having a story featured on the pod. If you got some time for a slow burn folk horror, read the folk horror read. The full version is up on my Substack now. I've re-edited and recompiled all 8 parts into one big post. Also, the amazing Whispering Scream Stories on YouTube has been doing a full narration series of the story. She's doing an incredible job bringing my words to life, so please check her out and show her some love too. The author she features are fantastic. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna listen to it on from Whispering Scream. Shout out to them. Go subscribe to them. Support them. They obviously are a narration channel. And if you're a writer, like pretty much all of my viewers are, I think, maybe there's somebody who might want to narrate your work someday. Who knows? I don't know how they solicit or, find stuff to narrate, but they've narrated OssuaryNelms' work, and I think that's pretty cool. And it also gives me a chance to just sit back and enjoy the story, but also let my voice rest a little bit. But then also I'm still going to pause and give commentary and give my thoughts and stuff. And so and I might even pull it up on his Substack. I don't know. I think I might have it up right here, actually. Or yeah, I have. This is the thing with Substack, is that I don't have a Substack account. Maybe I'll get one day. I haven't done that yet. I think maybe when I have like multiple stories and stuff too that I want to like post and have ready, I think I will perhaps then just make an account. But this is my one kind of gripe with Substack, or my thing, is that it requires an account. You can see this story, I think, in its entirety, but then if I just click on his profile here, it won't let me see some of his other posts. Like, then it's like, log in for more or create an account. So, and that's kind of what I was messaging with Ossuary, and kind of explaining that I was like, I don't quite know how Substack works, but do I need an account? Because that's just kind of the issue, or my issue, not even issue with Ko-Fi and with Substack. Like, obviously they're good formats and apps that help people get their stories out there, so that's awesome. But I just prefer to do Reddit, because I know that, like, if it's posted to Reddit, I'll be able to read it and see it's in its entirety, and see other people's comments and stuff too, which is good, and that's what I like. But without any more ado, let's get into the Festival Mound by the OssuaryNelms. Need for definitive cut. So we'll see. I'm going to play it on here. We'll see. Maybe they put the text on the screen anyways. If they don't, I'll probably just shoot over to Substack and we'll just listen to the narration. And then we'll Harvey, we're listening to my neighbors keep telling me I wasn't supposed to move here, or I keep wanting to call it, what is it? The Festival Mound. I keep wanting to call it the Funeral Mound, but then I know that's wrong. So yeah, the Festival Mound, by OssuaryNelms. So yeah. Let's do it. Let's listen.
Welcome to Whisper and Scream. So tonight I'm
Ooh,
sharing a
got
story
British
from
narrator.
a brand new
That's
voice
fun.
in the horror community. His name is RedDeathMask. This is his debut, and he will be publishing this series and the subsequent parts of
Let
this
me know
story
if it's loud
over
enough.
on his Substack. I've left that link in the description, so please do go over and show him some support if you enjoy this story. So, let's get into My Neighbours Keep Telling Me I Wasn't Supposed to Move Here. I really need to write this all down while I still can, while I'm still sure of what I've seen. Hopefully someone can help me or knows what I should do. About 5 weeks ago, I packed everything I owned into my beat-up Dodge Ram and drove from Lenox, Massachusetts to Stagwell, Maine for a delivery driver position at a big distribution centre. The pay was way better than what I was making, and rent was half the cost. I was tired of choosing between groceries and gas, and at the time, it seemed like the right move. The company closed before my start date. I found out when I showed up at the building and it was locked. Not weekend closed, abandoned. The loading docks were empty and there was a bank notice taped to the front door about some kind of asset seizure. I sat in my truck in that parking lot for over an hour, trying to figure out what to do. I called the manager who hired me, and the number was disconnected. I called the HR line and got a recording saying that the mailbox was full.
This mailbox is full.
I had already signed a lease on the house outside of town and spent what little savings I had on the first month and deposit. The money I have left might cover 2 weeks of expenses if I'm careful, but not enough to break the lease and start over somewhere else. Not enough to move back home. So, I stayed. That's when I started noticing how people look at me here. Mainers have this thing where if you weren't born here, you're what they call from away. It doesn't matter if you've lived here 20 years, you're still from away. I expected some cold shoulders and
I wonder if that's a real thing, from away. That just sounds like such weird, like, diction. From away. Maine. I know Maine people are like proud. I mean, a lot of people from a lot of states are proud. I'm not seeing anything on YouTube. Slang, I guess we could say. In Maine, from away refers to... Okay, so yeah, it is a real thing. Okay. I had no idea. I'd never heard of this before. It just... I've always heard people be like, out of whatever, or they're like New York. There's people who say like real New Yorker. Oh, you're a real New Yorker, stuff like that. A lot of places have a version of this, right? But just this specific way of saying it I've never heard of before, and I just thought it was kind of interesting. And it shows that, I mean, the fact that it does exist, I wouldn't hold it against the story, but I'm like, oh, the story's like well researched, or maybe the author has lived in or lived in Maine, you know. I know that Maine's like where I think Stephen King sets a lot of his stuff too, so I think it's kind of a big thing for horror, Maine, you know, Maine. And so yeah, I could see somebody wanting to write a horror story set in Maine that's maybe never been there, and so that's, you know, I wasn't trying to be too much of a stickler, but I was just very curious because I love that like regional dialect sort of stuff. I eat that shit up in stories, so I'm always happy to learn about it. Very cool. All right, back to the story. Back to the story. Is this if anyone, I know some people have got to be still in chat, right? I assume you guys would tell me if it's not loud enough. So I assume you can hear it just fine, right? You know, let me know if not. I say it again, but
slow service, New England Reserve and all that. But this is different. They stare. Not the normal, curious glances you get in a small town when a stranger shows up. These are long, deliberate stares that don't break when you notice. The woman at the grocery store watched me walk down every aisle. Didn't even pretend to be doing anything else. Just stood there, by the registers, with her arms crossed. Followed me with her eyes. The old man who walks his dog goes past my house 4-5 times a day. Each time he stops at the end of my driveway and stares at the house for a long time before he moves on. Yesterday I went to the only diner in town for lunch. Every conversation seems to stop when I walk in, just cut off mid-sentence. A dozen people turned, one by one in their seats, and looked at me as I walked to my table. The waitress took my order without writing anything down and never once looked away from my face. When my food came out, it was cold. I ate it anyway because I couldn't afford to waste the money, and I was too nervous to speak up. The whole time I felt eyes on the back of my neck. When I was leaving, 4 of them were standing outside the diner in the cold. No coats, just standing there, watching me get in my truck to leave.
Harvey says, when I first went to Maine, it was snowing and dark out, and it was ominous as shit the whole ride in. It felt like a completely alien place with how desolate some of it is. It's perfect for horror. Yeah, I never, I mean, obviously I know like the horror lore about Maine in terms of like Stephen King and, you know, just seeing it in various horror films and stuff. But I've just, and I know Maine's like a whole state, right, but I've just always thought about it in terms of like lobster, fishermen, you know, clam chowder. Like that's what I think of when I think of Maine. And just like seafood, good seafood, which is why I've always wanted to go there. It's just been like, I want to go because you know, living in Seattle for the time that I did, which wasn't a super long time, and like in Washington, even where I grew up, it's like there is good seafood you can get, you know, there's distribution, you can get some good seafood everywhere, but when you do go to a town where the difference is in those places is like they really know how to cook it and prepare it to where it's like the most delicious. And that's kind of the difference as opposed to just going to like a Red Lobster or a Bonefish Grill, like in any random state, is you're not going to get the same sort of like delicious, homey, classic, like delicious warm clam chowder that you could get in like Maine or at some what's it called, like Ivar's in Seattle is like the place that's really famous and good in Seattle, just known for, you know, like a fish and chips or, you know, fish and fries and like really good clam chowder and stuff. And that's just one of my fonder memories is getting that as a kid, or even on the Oregon coast. Like we vacationed sometimes on the Oregon coast too, so going to Seaside on the Oregon coast and walking on the boardwalk there, and you know, eating candy at the candy shops and eating really good seafood and digging clams with my dad on the beach, like all that stuff's really good. And so I've always just thought of Maine as like, well, it's just the East Coast version of that, you know? And so that's kind of what I've associated with. But then I hear other people who've mentioned it too, and they're like, oh no, it's a different kind of creepy. And like, I'm just like, I got to go check it out, because, you know, I've been to some desolate places, you know, there's definitely, you know, I think there's desolate places everywhere. If you're just driving through any state, you can certainly find some. But some states, it's like mostly desolation. And so I get what you mean, where you're like, no, it hits different. You know what I mean? So I get that, Harvey. That's dope. Sorry, what? Oh my god, it's like my fucking mouse pad doesn't work. It's really is like a Stephen King novel going through there. Yeah. Well, that's good, right? I mean, that's fucking, you know. That means that, you know, it has culture. It has... even if a place is creepy, I'm like, I'll take that over boring, in my opinion, you know. Because plenty of places, you know, are, especially like places even in Colorado or in Washington, it's like they weren't so much creepy as much as they were just boring, at least to me as a kid, you know. I didn't get a creepy sense as much as I got like, wow, there's just nothing fucking going on here, is there? You know? Creepy to me is different, because it's like, yeah, it's desolate, like you say, but it's also, there's that foreboding sense. Like, I don't know what creates that. Maybe it's like the ocean. Maybe it's, you know, it's something else that kind of adds that different sense where it's like, you know, maybe nothing's going on here, but that doesn't mean, you know, nothing fucking ever happens, because, you know, shit's about to go down. So yeah, that's what that's what I definitely, I hope to travel to more of the 50 states and see some of that stuff, because, yeah, I've been, you know, been to pretty much like Washington, Florida, West Virginia, Georgia, maybe, California, and Oregon, like I said, and, you know, and then obviously the states that you drive through on the way from Washington to Colorado, but I haven't really been anywhere on the East Coast other than, so definitely want to see more.
The curtains in the house closed down. It was cold.
A little bit.
I ate it anyway because I couldn't afford to waste the money, and I was too nervous to speak up. The whole time I felt eyes on the back of my neck. When I was leaving, 4 of them were standing outside the diner in the cold. No coats, just standing there, watching me get in my truck to leave. I keep the curtains in the house closed now. It doesn't help my nerves. It's old and makes all the sounds old houses make. Floorboards creaking, pipes knocking, windows rattling when the wind picks up. I tell myself they're normal sounds, but They don't feel normal when you're lying awake at night counting how many times the same pickup truck has driven past in the last hour. I never met my landlord, by the way. Everything was done through email. I dropped the cheque in the mailbox on the front door like he asked. Never got a response. Never got a receipt. The cheque cleared though, so I guess that's something. I tried making conversation at the post office a few days ago. Asked the clerk if there were any places hiring, any restaurants or shops that needed help. She stared at me a long time before answering. You should stay close to home, especially with the festival coming. What festival? I asked. She didn't blink. The Winter Festival. Town tradition. When is it? December 28th. She handed me my mail even though I hadn't given her my name or address. Sorry, but it's not for people from away. I wanted to ask more, but she turned her back and walked into some back room, left me standing there at the counter. That was 2 days ago now, and I'm seeing signs for it everywhere. Handwritten posters stapled to telephone poles, notices taped in shop windows. Winter Festival, December 28th, residents only, in marker on white paper. Some of them have drawings on them, symbols, spirals and branching lines that look like trees or maybe antlers or something else. I can't make sense of it. I asked my neighbour about it this morning. He's older, maybe 70. Keeps to himself, mostly. He's the only person who's even nodded at me since I moved in. I caught him taking the trash out. Hey, I called from my porch. What's this festival everyone keeps mentioning? He stopped moving. Completely froze with his hand still gripping the trash bin. When he turned around, the look on his face made my stomach drop. You weren't supposed to be here, he said, his voice quiet, almost sad. The house was supposed to stay empty this winter. What does that mean? He looked past me at my door, at my windows. Lock your doors at night. Keep your curtains closed. And on the 28th, no matter what you hear or what you see, you stay inside. You understand? You stay inside and you don't look. He went back in his house before I could ask anything else. That was 6 hours ago. It's getting dark now, and there's someone standing at the edge of the trees behind my house. They've been there for 40 minutes, not moving, just standing there in the cold, watching my house. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what this festival is, or why everyone keeps saying I shouldn't be here. But December 28th is in 16 short days, and I'm starting to think I'm not just unwelcome in this town. I think something bad is supposed to happen to me.
So far, I do like it. I think the pacing so far is very good. I would have been a little bit more pissed had this story, not pissed, but just like a little bit like, oh shit, I want the next part if this story wasn't already written fully. But because it's a completed story at this point, the multiple parts don't bother me. It's like chapters, chapters in a book or short stories will do that too, where they have sections, and so, what was like, the one, Legati story, not the Red Tower one, but The one that's like Mask of the Red Death, kinda. Anyways, the cursed spectacles and all that stuff, and Faulio. That story's in like 3 parts, right? And it works, right? And so I think that if this was just the first part and I was reading it, I would just be like, well, we need part 2 to even know. Because so far the writing's fine, it's good, it's intriguing me, you know. I like the simple idea of I moved to a town. I needed this job. This job was a lot better, so I moved from my home state. You know, Massachusetts to Maine isn't super far from what I think, but I think it's fairly, it's definitely a big move, right? You're moving out of your home state, so that to me is a big move. And then yeah, I mean, at this point in the story, and this isn't a note for the writer, I think I'd have to be like, well, I'm just gonna go to it. If it's only this town, I'm just gonna leave the day before the 28th. Like, if I've now had these multiple warnings from 2 different people, one a lot more serious. My neighbor actually seems like a good dude who doesn't want me to get murdered, and so he's trying to help me. And so I would have to be like, well, I'm just going to leave. I'm going to go to one town over. I know he doesn't have any money, and that's probably going to be the reason why he stays in the house. But I'm just going to be like, oh, I'll just not, I'll just not be here on that day. Or the whole, like, lock your door, don't look outside. I would be like, I'm just going to do that regardless, And I would just be like, I don't have a job, but I'm stuck in this house at least for the first month or whatever while I paid for it until I get evicted. I'm just going to watch hella Netflix, I'm just going to board up my windows and watch fucking, and watch TV and read creepypastas on the internet, read a book, that I think that's what you have to do at this point. If presuming you can't leave your house for just because it's literally just one day, right? So it's like you just need to not be in this town from the night before for like 30 hours. Like, that's not impossible. Go see a different part of the new state you just moved to. And if you can't afford the gas, go camping. If you don't just want to drive around, if you really can't afford to even go, I guess it is pretty cold, you probably don't want to camp, but if you don't want to go camping, then or like anything like that, I was like, and if everyone in this one town is treating you like crazy, I'd go to a bigger city in the state. I'd see where's the closest biggest city to me, and I would go drink at a bar, and I would sleep in my car so I'm out of the creepy town where everyone wants to murder me. And, you go try to hook up with somebody at a bar or try to freaking, you know what I mean? Like, I think you got to just get out of the town at this point. Obviously, the story's not going to go there. We need to stay in the town for the story to happen. But when I have a neighbor who's everyone else is being straight up rude or like openly hostile to me, and this is giving me really Gregory 88 vibes, which I love. And that is, that is like, okay, fine, fuck it, everyone in town, kind of hates me because I'm an outsider, right? Then, unless the whole entire state of Maine is that way, which maybe it is, yeah, I'm just like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, because that warning from the neighbor also leads me to believe that it's specific to that house, maybe even, because he's like, that house is supposed to be empty, and so that's scary too. You know, that is, because even if I might hide in my house and lock my doors and close all my windows, it doesn't mean someone's not, you know, they're not going to break in and kidnap me and sacrifice me to the old gods or whatever, you know? So, like, that's where I'm like, I think you just got to get out of town for like 24 hours, right? You know? At least maybe, you know, maybe if the whole money thing and all that's such an issue and like you can't leave, I would even be like, maybe just leave my house for that night, you know? Because this place, you know, this town, I guess maybe it's such a small, creepy town that it doesn't have like a Holiday Inn, you know? But I was like, if I could just get, you know, or drive to the nearest interstate and just drive until you do find some sort of a shitty motel or hotel and just even stay there to get out of the house. And even if you're not fully out of the town, you know, but again, I know all that's going to cost money. So I understand that the story's not going to go there, but that warning from the neighbor and the fact that the neighbor doesn't seem to just like outright hate my guts for just being an outsider and actually was seeming like a somewhat like kind, cool human being. And the fact that he gave me that like stern of a warning, yeah, I would just be, yeah, I would not, I would find a way to not be in my house or to just be nowhere, you know, to be, I would somehow make myself, you know, to where none of these people who are just standing around town watching me constantly know where I am. Because, yeah, I would not feel safe. You know, I would not feel safe in that house. People are already just watching me there. People are already, everywhere I go, they're kind of just stalking me and watching me. So, yeah, I think you got to get out of that house and out of that town. That's all I'm going to say about that. But it's good, you know, it's good so far. The fact that it's making me feel so strongly about that is a sign of like that it's doing something right when it as it's like building this tension. And I do think it's very fun for the neighbor not to be like, instead of just being like, you know, don't ask about the festival or don't worry about it, or instead of him just being like rude or creepy and weird in some other way, it seems like he's just very earnest and he's like, you weren't supposed to be here. What does that mean? He looked past me at my door, at my windows. Lock your doors at night. Keep your curtains closed. No matter what you hear or what you see, stay inside. You understand? You stay inside and you don't look. So, I mean, and that earnest of a thing leads me to believe that if he does just stay inside and doesn't look outside, he might be safe. But again, because then I think, well, you're going to hear some crazy shit clearly on this day, and the temptation's going to be too great. You're going to look outside. That's why I'm like, just get out of town the best way you can. You know what I mean? Whether that's driving to the nearest motel in another town, whether that's, you know, something. I would just, you have to do something, I think. But yeah, I think it's a great part one. And I think like, you know, really I'm ready for part two. But also I think that like, it's hard with these slow burns, right? Because you want to know at what point is it too slow of a burn? At what point are you just going to lose people? And it sounds like this story picked up a lot of steam on No Sleep, as well as is doing fairly well other places he's posted it and stuff. So I think he's doing it right. I think the pacing is good. I'm like, Winter Festival is so vague. And it is kind of a common folk horror trope, like, oh, this is our spring harvest, or this is our winter festival, or it always has, in folk horror, it always has some other type of name. I forget what it is in like Midsummer, but they're like, she's our Mayflower queen or whatever, you know. So, but a lot of this folklore does revolve around creepy small community weird festival. And so there is a little bit of that trope where I'm like, you know, it's not even, I wouldn't even say necessarily overdone, but it's like, yeah, I'm more just curious to see how it gets changed for like the setting. And so maybe that's what I would have liked to see more of it in part one, is not so much like, it doesn't need to do a lot of things differently, but maybe like give us a sense of like, what, there's this winter festival, you're seeing the signs for it, you're seeing the creepy antler branches, symbols, you know, that is creepy and foreboding. But is there anything else in this town that you know, gives you that sort of a weird folk horror vibe, even before he got the warnings about the festival and stuff? Like, you know, is there, maybe there's not, you know, this is Christmas time, is there not any Christmas stuff up? Like, that would be creepy. That's kind of what I'm wondering, is that maybe there's no Christmas lights, no Christmas stuff. It's like, what is going on December 28th? To where everyone in this town just ignores Christmas. Like, that could be, I think that could be an interesting, like, way to kind of subvert, you know. Because, I mean, this time, any town that you go to in America, any town, you're going to see some Christmas stuff. I don't care if it's like a poor community, or, you know, a rich ass like gated community or something. It's like, you'll see some Christmas lights or some, you know what I mean? Even just on like city buildings or on trees or on, you know, whatever. And so, yeah, I think maybe like something, you know, something about that to be like, and I know it's not like, or maybe Christmas has already happened, because it's, I forget, he said it's in 16 short days. So no, this is like prime Christmas time, right? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's just kind of, I just think, other than people following you and staring at you and these posters and this winter festival that you hear about, I do think it's worth it to maybe add some other elements to, of just describing the town, where maybe they're creepy, or maybe they're just like, well, I'm just going to tell you about the town I moved to, you know, because it's so fucking weird. And, you know, and I noticed that, like, whatever, on the town hall, there's like, there's not this, or there's this thing underneath the statue of the town's founder or something, there's X or Y, or, you know what I mean? Just a little something more, I think could maybe benefit this first part, just to give me a little bit of more something to chew on. Because right now, all most of it is just like, the people are weird as fuck. They told me I'm from away, and you know, I can't go to the festival, and I was told to stay inside and lock my doors, you know. Which is all very creepy and foreboding, but I want that creepiness to have a little bit more of a texture. And I'm sure we'll get there in the story, but I just think, like, early in the story, it's never too early. Like, I remember in those opening scenes in, like, The Wicker Man, the 1978 one, and stuff, like, you're already seeing some, like, there's, like, the little girl, like, drawing the pictures, and, you know, just some like weird kind of colors of stuff, and, you know, just some things like that you know, give this kind of, maybe not even foreboding necessarily then, but just give you a place that, just give you the sense that this place is a little different. That yes, it's isolated and whatever else, but like, you know, that it's got its own culture. You know what I mean? Like if a place really had or does have their own culture and celebrates their own holidays and what, you would see that, or you would see the absence of that. It's not a normal culture. And that's what I mean by like the no Christmas stuff. Like, I think that would be really cool. I think you could still maybe have like trees or something, but notice that the decorations on it are a little different. There's no Santa Claus. There's no red even. There's like blues and blacks or something like that. Like maybe all the ornaments and stuff. Maybe they still have Christmas trees and stuff, but there's no lights on them. There's only like whatever else, you know, there's like nuts and acorns and, you know, fucking winter flowers and stuff. There's only, you know, there's something that like just shows you that like, oh, this town decorates a little weird, you know, just something like that. I think, to me at least, would give me more to chew on as a reader here in part 1, which would really like, because I think that's the time to do that, right? Because you have the time. Right now, it's people following you. It's mentions of the Winter Festival. It's weird symbols, but that's kind of it. And it's that our narrator is stuck there, right? He's, for all intents and purposes, he almost got tricked. It seems like this business never existed. I mean, it says asset seizure, the note on his work, but it seemed like he really got tricked into going here. And they took his money because the check cleared. So I would be like, you know, it seems like maybe some people in this town who maybe aren't as bigger fans of the festival, like, we're not bringing a From Awayer in this year. We're not sacrificing him. But then other people were like, it's tradition, we have to do it. And so somebody else brought them in, and maybe it was like something that the town, you know, it's a tradition that they were trying to stop or something, but they bring in somebody from out of town, they trick them into moving there, and then they sacrifice them to the fucking winter god so that they can have a good, healthy, long spring and summer or whatever. I don't know. All this is just fun speculation at this point, and my mind's running in a lot of different angles the more I think about it. But I do think, like, my commentary on the beginning, I think still stands, that I do think there could be more to chew on in part 1. But that's taking part 1 as if that was all I saw online and that was all I had to go on. And I have to base whether I'm going to even look for part 2 based on what comes out in part 1. But now, you know, we have multiple narrations, so let's get into part 2. Enough yabbering from me. But let me know what you guys think too in the chat. Chat's been kind of quiet. Well, not quiet today. Everyone's been super nice and congratulating me and stuff. But let me know what you guys think about the story so far. Cause yeah, I'm in. I'm curious. Let's get into part 2. But
welcome back to part 2 of OSsuaryNelms' debut story. My neighbours keep telling me I wasn't supposed to move here. If you missed the beginning, I've linked part 1 in the description so that you can catch up. I've actually already recorded part 3 of this story, and I've been in touch with Aaron, who is currently in the process of finishing up part 4. You can find a link to his Substack below so that you can follow his work. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen, but what do you think's going on? If you've got any theories of how this is going to go, let me know in the comments. I should have left when I had the chance. After I calmed down, I started doing some reading online, looking into small town behaviour and rural communities. A lot of what I found made sense, People in places like this are just protective of their own. They don't trust outsiders. The staring and the cold shoulders are just their way of sizing you up, and it takes time to be accepted. I was being paranoid. These are just strange rural folk, and I'm the outsider making them uncomfortable. The staring is weird, but it's not a crime. The festival is probably some boring town tradition, and they just don't want tourists gawking at it. I needed to focus on what mattered anyway. Money, a way out. Nearly a week had flown by already, and I was no closer to escaping this place. That's what I was thinking yesterday morning when Mrs. Dunsley knocked on my door. I'd seen her before. Older woman, maybe late 60s, lives in the cute pale yellow house directly across the street. She'd never acknowledged me until then, just watched me from her window sometimes when I came and went. But now she was standing on my porch with a paper plate of whoopie pies covered in plastic wrap.
I heard you were looking for work,
she said. Her voice was kind, grandmotherly.
I have a job if you're interested. Nothing fancy, but it pays well.
I should have been more suspicious. I should have asked how she knew I needed work. But I was so relieved to have someone finally treat me like a human being that I didn't even question it.
What kind of job?
I asked.
Cleaning out my basement. I'm getting too old to handle the stairs, and I need things hauled away. Trash to the landfill, donations to the church. Should take 2-3 days at most, and I can pay $300 in cash when you're finished.
$300. That would cover gas to get out of state and a cheap motel while I figured things out. It felt like a lifeline.
When would you like me to start? Today if you can, but there's no rush. You work at your own pace.
I started that afternoon. Her basement was exactly what you'd expect from someone who'd lived in the same house for decades. Boxes stacked to the ceiling, old furniture covered in sheets. The smell.
I agree, Harvey, about the weird town folk, that they're well written. And they're doing the whole staring thing, and the whole thing at the beginning of this part about them just sizing you up, probably fairly true, especially in like just certain areas or certain parts of like in the South they have like Southern hospitality, and I think attempt to be a little bit like overtly nice, but definitely in some places, up north or just wherever, they're not going to be quite as just over the top neighborly right from the beginning. And then you have this old woman coming over kind of doing that, so it's like that is kind of neighborly, But yeah, I think what I liked the most about the way that the people are written is just that they're just staring, and that they're not, it's not like they're saying anything weird or they're like creepily smiling or any of that like cliche stuff. It's just that they're staring, and yeah, they might be sizing you up. They might also be like looking at it like, look at this idiot. This guy's a dead man. Why did he come here? Like some of them might not be looking at him with menace, but more just like, does this guy know what kind of hell he just walked into, sort of a thing. Never met someone in a laundromat that didn't have a weird staring problem. Yeah, well, yeah, and there are just those people, right, who it's like they don't, or they've never been told, or maybe they have been told, hey, what are you looking at? Or, why are you staring at me? And they're just rude and they do it anyways, But it to me, it almost seems like they're they're watching him like kind of menacingly, kind of like a predator, but they're almost watching him to see if he gets out of Dodge, to see if he gets the memo, you know what I mean? That's kind of the one way I took it, is like, and that they're not even trying to hide that they're staring, or they're not even like they're not even like gonna talk to him really, they're just gonna stare, I think is pretty accurate to real life, and how, you know, how people can be in social situations and with new people, or people that they feel like don't belong in some place for some reason. They just stare, you know. It's always interesting when people do stuff like that in real life, and you're like, what the fuck are you looking at me for, you know? Yeah, I am curious. I'm curious what this old lady, what he finds in her basement, or what he, because he says at the beginning, like, I should have left when I had the chance. So I'm curious, like, if this old lady's just not going to pay him or something. So then he's going to be out the money, and he's going to learn something even more horrifying, you know? Something like that. Or maybe she's going to die in the house, and then people are going to start to blame him for it. It's going to be a whole thing. Like, who
Smell
knows?
of mildew and dust so thick it caught in my throat. She told me anything by the stairs was trash. Everything else needed to be stored into a keep, a donate, or a toss pile. I worked through the afternoon, loading garbage bags and boxes into my truck. I made 2 big runs to the landfill. The whole time I kept thinking about that $300, about leaving, about never seeing this town again. It was on my 3rd trip down to the basement that I found them. The newspapers. They were in a cardboard box mixed with old kitchen stuff and photo albums. Copies of the Bagnall Daily News going back decades. I almost threw the whole box out, but something made me stop. The dates. They were all from late December. Different years, but always the same week. December 1984. Front page story about a man from Portland who'd gone missing near Stagwell. Last seen renting a cabin outside town for the holidays. His car was found abandoned on Route 2. They never found him. December 1993. A woman from Boston came up to visit family in the area and disappeared on December 27th. No signs of foul play, just gone. December 2001. A college student from New Hampshire, spending winter break in the town over, vanished the night of December 28th. December 2008, a truck driver making a delivery to Stagwell never made it out. There were more. At least a dozen articles spread across 40 years, all people from away, all disappearing in the last week of December. Some bodies were found eventually, hypothermia, exposure. One fell through ice on Sebastopol Lake. All ruled accidents. But the pattern was there. Every year like clockwork, always outsiders, always late December. I noticed my hands were shaking when I put the papers back into the box. I kept working. Didn't say anything to Mrs. Dunsley when I passed her in the kitchen. I didn't let on that I'd seen everything. Part of me wondered if she had left those papers there on purpose, if this was a warning, a kind of mercy. I couldn't read her face and I was too afraid to ask. I finished the day's work just before dark and I told her I'd come back tomorrow to finish up. She smiled and thanked me, said I was doing a wonderful job. That warm, grandmotherly voice that had seemed so comforting now made my skin crawl. I just wasn't sure anymore. So I went home, made sure everything was locked up. The person who had been standing at the tree line was gone. I don't know when they'd left, and that somehow felt worse than actually seeing them there. I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. Wind in the eaves, cars passing on the road. I kept thinking about those articles, about the pattern, about December 28th getting closer. It was 4 a.m. when I made the decision. I wasn't finishing the job. I wasn't waiting for my $300. I was leaving right now. I'd sleep in my truck if I had to. I'd run out of money and just figure the rest out later. I needed to go. I packed fast, threw clothes in the duffel bag, grabbed my phone charger and what little food I had. I left everything else. None of it mattered. I just needed to leave before anyone knew I'd gone. The sun wasn't up yet when I got to my truck. The street was empty. No lights on in any of the windows. I threw my bag in the passenger seat and turned the key. Nothing. Not even a click. Completely dead. I tried again, and again, nothing. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the keys. I popped the hood and grabbed my flashlight. Maybe it was just the battery. Maybe the cold had drained it overnight. And that's when I saw it. Someone had cut the wiring harness, just sliced right through it. But that wasn't all. The alternator was missing. Not broken. Gone. And the battery cables had been disconnected and tucked back like someone wanted it to look normal at first glance. This wasn't just vandalism. Someone had deliberately disabled my truck, and they'd done it carefully, quietly while I was sleeping. I stood in the dark, staring at the engine, and that's when I noticed the snow. It had started sometime in the night, just flurries at first, but coming down heavier now. By the time the sun came up, there would be 3 inches on the ground, maybe more, and my truck was dead. I had no money, and nobody in this town was going to help me. I looked up at the house around me, still dark, but across the street I could see a light on in Mrs. Dunsley's upstairs window, just a faint glow behind the curtains. But I could see her standing there, just a silhouette against the dark, watching me. I thought again about those newspapers in her basement, about the job offer that came at exactly the right time, about how she'd known I'd needed work without me ever saying a word. I don't think I'm getting out of here.
Do we think Mrs. Dunlevy, I think that's her name, bad, good? Trying to help, trying to hurt? Because his truck worked when he was going back and forth to the landfill. I don't know. I think I'm leaning towards maybe good right now. Like maybe it was a low-key way of trying to warn him. But I think also assuming that the rest of the town would like come after her if he leaves, if he did get out, then I'm like, people would still know it was her because he was in her house all day. Like, people would have seen that if they're watching him constantly, too. So, I don't know. Part of me is thinking, like, it might be a double. Like, it might seem like, oh, I'm just trying to be helpful and neighborly. But then also she, like, it might have been her way. That might have been her way of, like, we'll get him to work all day so then he'll sleep during the night and we can sabotage his truck kind of, you know? Yeah, I don't know, but now I just kind of want to let the story play out, or at least the first 4 parts here. I'm just very intrigued at this point. it's fleshing out more, and it is very clear that with the missing people things, it's like, yeah, this is going to be a sacrifice, sacrificial sort of a festival or a ritual sort of thing, ritual sacrifice.
I broke down and called my friend Carl this morning. I went back inside after finding my truck and just sat on the couch.
That's true. Could be like that. Yeah.
There's a small gap in the curtains where I
fucking whatever tries to. I forget. I need to watch Hereditary again. It was a long time ago when I watched it, and I was not particularly sober when I saw it, so I definitely do need to watch it again. But I remember her. She turns out to be. I mean, doesn't she turn out to be like the bad guy? I don't know. I know the mom is like Hereditary is like the mom passes down the thing, but then anyways, I'll watch it again, so it doesn't matter. I'll watch it one of these days. I just know that Ashley will not watch that movie with me, so I gotta watch it by myself one of these days.
I can see out to the street without being obvious about it. I sat there, staring out at the snow and the empty road, and I couldn't get my hands to stop shaking. I needed to hear a friendly voice, someone who knew me from before all of this. Carl and I used to work together back in Massachusetts.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering. I was like, does he have no one in his life? No parents, no family, no anybody? I was wondering when it was going to be like, well, I'm going to have to call somebody to come and get me or to come help me,
Different jobs, but now we stay close. He's the kind of friend who always shows up when you need him. He picked up on the second ring. I could hear his daughter playing in the background. Normal life, normal sounds.
Hey, brother,
he said.
How's Maine treating you?
Everything just came spilling out. The job falling through, the staring, the old man's warning, the festival, my truck. He listened without interrupting, and when I finally stopped talking, there was a long pause.
Okay,
he said carefully.
So someone's definitely messed with your truck. You sure?
I'm sure. Someone cut the wiring and the alternator is completely gone.
Damn, that's messed up.
Another pause.
And these people, the festival thing, you think it's like some weird Mainer orgy situation or something?
The joke fell flat. I didn't even respond.
Shit, okay. You're really scared, aren't you?
Yeah. His voice changed.
Right. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's right. Yeah. He's the main. She's the hand of the demon.
Got serious.
Alright, listen. Let me get a few things settled here and I'll head up. It's 6 hours? I should be able to get there by midday tomorrow. We'll figure this out together, okay?
Something huge loosened in my chest. Yeah, okay.
Just try and stay calm until I get there. Stay inside if you can, and if anything gets weird, just call me. I don't care what time it is.
We talked for a few more minutes. He told me about his daughter's softball game and his son's new VR headset. Normal things. It helped ground me. Made me remember there was a world outside of Stagwell where people lived regular lives. When we hung up, I felt better. Not good, but better. Carl would be here tomorrow and I just had to make it until then. I sat there for a while longer, just staring at the slit in the window. Then I realised I still needed to tell Mrs. Dunsley I couldn't finish her job. Without my truck, I had no way to haul anything. I figured I owed her an explanation at least. I walked across the street and knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again, harder. Mrs. Dunsley? It's me from across the street. Nothing. But her car was in the driveway, and I could see a light on in the kitchen. I pressed my face close to the window and looked inside. Movement. Someone walking past quickly. Then the light went off. She was home, she just wasn't answering. I knocked again. Mrs. Dunsley, I just wanted to let you know that about the job. My truck isn't working, so I can't finish. I'm so sorry. Silence. I stood there on her porch, feeling very conflicted, confused. This morning I'd seen her in that upstairs window, watching me. She'd been awake, and now she wouldn't even come to the door. Had she left those newspapers for me to find? Was that supposed to be a warning, or was she part of all this? Maybe the job was never kindness. Maybe it was just a way to keep me here. Or maybe she was in trouble now too. Punished for trying to help someone from away? I didn't know what scared me more. I stood there even longer, hoping she'd changed her mind. She didn't. I tried to stay inside after that. I really did. But the house felt too small, too quiet. Every creak made me jump. I kept thinking about those newspaper articles in her basement, about December 28th. I needed to clear my head. I needed air. So I went for a walk. The snow had stopped and everything was covered in a thick blanket of white. The streets were mostly empty, a few people out shoveling their driveways.
See, I know he needs to leave the house again probably for the story to move forward so that something else happens. But this, you've tried to make a bad situation better. You've tried to, do everything. You've called, sent out a lifeline for help. Your friend is an angel who's, at least coming with a car to which you can just get in and drive out of the city with him or out of the town with him. By now you've done all that you can do, and I'm like, the house felt too small. I was too on edge thing. To me, I'm like, bro, I don't care what you need to do. Drug yourself, I'm staying in that fucking house. I'm locking every door. I'm setting empty cans by all the windows, something loud to where if anyone would knock it over, I'm setting, anti whatever, I'm doing counterintelligence measures. I'm doing whatever I got to do, and I'm staying in that fucking house until my friend gets there, and then we're leaving, And he says oh, we'll figure it out, but I'm like, bro, And also, meanwhile, I'm trying to do more research about that specific town. And I'm also researching those cases, the missing person cases and anything else I can find. And yeah, I'm doing, there's other ways you can, you can get your mind off of that. And also if the house is just creaking too much and you're so terrified that someone's coming to get you, I'm like, find a room with no windows, one door, sit yourself in a chair. Hopefully there's an outlet in there so you can charge your phone or still do research on a laptop or something. And I'm like, and just watch that door. And then, if you gotta sleep, freaking pound a stake, pound a wooden thing under the door that you could pull out, just something like that to where you do everything that you can do to quarantine yourself to make yourself secure and safe, build and even if you're in a room that you're like, well, it has one window, at least there's only 2 points of entry then, and you can lock the door and you can see if someone's coming to jiggle the handle if they're in your house or whatever. That's what I think you got to do, to just go outside. Like, sure, maybe he's gonna learn more about the town while he's out moving around, but I'm like, there's also the internet in this day and age, so couldn't you just, I feel like there's a lot of ways he could learn, and also, like I would be trying to find people that did move away is probably one thing. I would trying to find people that moved out of this town, you know what I mean?
They watched me as I passed, but didn't speak. I just kept my head down and kept walking. I ended up near the town hall without really planning to. It's only a few blocks from my house, an old brick building that probably hasn't changed since the 1920s. There's a big open field in front of it that's usually empty, and that's where I saw them. There were maybe 20 people in the field, working. They'd cleared away the snow in a large area, and in the centre there was a large mound of earth and rock. Just a hill I'd probably passed a dozen times without noticing. But now they were digging around it. I stopped at the edge of the field and watched. They were using shovels to expose the surface of the mound, and the more they uncovered, the stranger it looked. The texture wasn't quite rock, wasn't quite soil. It was darker in places, almost wet looking, waxy where they'd brushed the dirt away, smooth in some spots and rough in others. There were marks on the surface, divots, pock marks scattered across it, dozens of them, small craters and deeper holes grouped together in patches. Something about the pattern made my stomach turn. I couldn't tell if they'd been dug or if they'd always been there. Around the edges of the field, other people were working too. Women, mostly, hanging things along the fence that bordered the property. Decorations, wreaths made from pine branches and dried flowers. Flags and banners in deep reds, yellows and browns tied to the light posts. Everything looked handmade. Old. Nobody was talking. They just worked in silence, passing tools back and forth, moving like they'd done this exact same thing before, many times. And I'm sure they'd had. I stood there watching, and something about it all made my skin crawl. The mound looked wrong. The way they were treating it looked wrong. Strange and reverent, like it was something sacred to them. Was this what the festival was about? This thing in the centre of the field? Whatever it was? I pulled out my phone. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I wanted proof, something to show Carl when he got here. The moment I raised my arm, someone shouted, "Hey!" A man broke away from the group near the mound, younger than most of them, maybe 30. He started walking toward me, fast. Others turned to look. A few stepped between me and the mound, blocking my view.
"What are you doing?"
The man called out. His voice was hard.
"You got a problem?" "No, sorry."
I lowered my phone immediately and put my hand up.
Just curious, out for a walk. Didn't mean to intrude."
He stopped about 10 feet away and stared at me.
"Then keep walking."
I backed up. Nobody else moved. They just stood there watching me, tools in their hands, standing between me and whatever that mound was. I turned and walked away. I tried to keep my pace normal, tried not to run, but I could feel them watching me the whole way down the street. When I finally looked back, they were still standing there, not working anymore, just watching me go. I made it home and locked everything again. That was hours ago, and it's getting darker, even earlier this time of year. And Cole won't be here till tomorrow. I've got my phone, but I don't want to keep bothering him. I just need to wait. The mound is 3 blocks away, and I can't stop thinking about it. About those marks on the surface. About the decorations they were hanging. About what happens on December 28th. Only a few days left until the festival. Carl will be here tomorrow. I just need to stay inside until then. Stay quiet. Don't give them a reason to notice me. I just need to make it through the night.
Damn. Very effective. I mean, I knew the title of this was the Festival Mound, but I think it is very telling that just with enough like secrecy and kind of intrigue, like so simple to just have a mound that you can tell is like something, maybe wax, maybe, and it's not like he says like, oh, it looks like a bunch of bones, like this is a dead body. Like it's clearly, you know, it's something that they're uncovering in the snow with the ground hard. You know, and so I think that the story's doing a very good job of like just with the secrecy and the veiled threats or the veiled sort of animosity that the town just has for him, that like it's like you don't really need much. No one's like, I mean, okay, the articles definitely put it over, you know, and made it a lot more real, but it's like, you know, he didn't see a grave. Sure, this thing could be some sort of monument of people they've killed or some sort of giant grave mound, like you don't know. But it's essentially, it's just a creepy mound thing that he can tell has some sort of decorations or something, but it's not like they uncover and it's some giant, you know, pentagram or upside down cross, or, you know, it's nothing, you know, too you know, insane. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like you know, I like that. I like how simple and subtle the story's being. You know, we're gonna get to part 4 here. This is the last part that we've got a narration for. I really like this narrator. I think, I mean, I'm American, so anytime people were like British voice, amazing narrator, but I do think she's very good. I mean, definitely, you know, props to her. Go subscribe to, you know, sorry, I'll remember the name. Subscribe to Whispering Scream, dope name too. But yeah, very just, you know, good narrator. I assume that's a real person's voice. I mean, I'm sure there's AI narrators that sound just like that, but I assume that that it is a real person, because I just want to believe that, and that's what I'm gonna do. There are some voices that I recognize as being like AI. Like I know some channels I'm almost positive, because I've heard this voice before on other shit that I, you know, believe to be AI. But either way, it's a very very good just setting the intrigue and not giving us a lot, but giving us enough to keep asking questions and keep wondering. Yeah, I think we got to see what happens with Carl. I do have to say I'm gonna be bummed because what I always hate about these single man stories where they're locked in a remote area or whatever, and it's just you, is like, we always wonder, like, well, get somebody out there to help you. And, who knows? Maybe there's, like, I think this next part is called, like, Dead End. So maybe it's like Carl's going to get, but the road's going to be closed, or there, we don't know where this next part's going to go. But I did want Carl to show up, I have to say. So if he doesn't end up showing up at all in the story, in any of the parts, I think, like, that's going to kind of bum me out. Just because I think, to me, it immediately changes the tone and the whatever of the story to just have another set of eyes and ears there with you that can see the shit that you see, and it gives it so much more credibility. Because right now, there, you can always do the thing of, well, he might just be going crazy. He sounds like he's down on his luck. He could just be, and those stories are creepy, for different reasons. But in these types of situations where it is like a town, it's a midsummer, it's a folk horror, it's a town that is, conspiring against you to essentially use you for an unknown purpose, or to maybe just make you go missing, or whatever it is. When it is that situation, there's always, like, that is one thing I liked about Midsummer, and that I felt like Midsummer did a good job of, is that you had the one guy who was, like, really interested in going there because of it was like his dissertation, and whatever. And then you had the shitty boyfriend to the girl who is there because he's like, well, we were all supposed to go on this boys trip to Greenland or whatever, and it's gonna be badass, and I wanted to break up with my girlfriend, but now I can't because all this tragic shit happened to her, and yada yada. And but then there are even the other people that come with a different person, you know what I mean? There's like that other couple that gets killed and disappeared. And what I liked about Midsummer is it did a good job of being like, oh, this is just our culture. What? No, everything's fine. And then somebody goes missing, and they're just like, oh, he left, and clearly not. Like, it's very obvious that this is in the classic horror story sense. They're picking people off one by one, and they're going to maybe keep one, or keep, whatever people that they want for whatever reasons, But that did a very good job of, like, some person would see something weird, and then some people would be like, well, you're just the crazy girl whose family killed herself, so, like, we're not going to listen to you. You freak out all the time. You have panic attacks. You're the girl who cried wolf, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, no, actually, I was never crying wolf because my sister did actually end up killing my entire fucking family, so fuck you, But the characters, play off each other well, and it makes this dynamic where people get picked off one by one, which is really fun. But then also, you have that thing of like, well, did I just see what I really see? Did Carl see it, or did, so and so see it? And when it's just one person there, like, yes, it's still very scary, but I do just hope we get another character in the story, because right now, like, we have Mrs. Dunleavy, we have the neighbor, but really it's just only our narrator, and that's fine. And if it's just gonna be a one character or one I'm the person that this stuff is happening to kind of story, that's fine. But I looked forward to somebody else coming into the town and being like, yeah, this is fucking weird. You're right. Or, oh, it's not such a big deal. Let's get out of here. Let's, and just seeing how somebody else, because then that's the other thing is I was going to wonder is if he brings somebody else to the town, some other from aware, are they going to get more hostile to him, or are they going to immediately be like, we got to get them both? Or are they going to, because they only need one sacrifice, are they going to be like, well, this time, let's kill his friend and then he can survive and live with, and will really punish the from awares because he'll know that he lured his friend here who had a family and all this shit. You know what I mean? There's a lot of fucked up ways. Because at the end of the day, these communities, I know, it's all about, it's their culture and they're doing this to, in midsummer, it's this is to support the harvest gods or whatever, and stuff like that. But I'm really, this is just a cult of murderers is the way that I see it. And I'm either murdering one person is important to them, or they'll murder any outsiders, and so I'm curious to see how this town would react to multiple outsiders, because clearly they fucking hate any outsiders. Well, let's get into it. Part 4. I'm fucking locked in. I'm ready to rock and roll. This is great. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Yeah, and I think my main note or my main complaint I would have with the story so far, if you could even call it a complaint, is just that I think at some point in the story it should be mentioned, is there Christmas decorations or is there not? I think that is important. And I think maybe just a few more little descriptions of the town here and there could be helpful, but it's not that's just because I'm trying to envision it in my head, because I think a lot of folk horror is visually based, and it is there's aesthetic choices where it's oh, is it like the Wicker Man shit with with obviously the tall giant Wicker Man, but then the people on the boat standing there looking at the constable as he comes in, and they're just kind of look like old whatever dock worker men, people rubbernecking, or is it just there's some aesthetic things that I would like to be maybe nailed down a little bit more, but that's just my main complaint. And if there is normal Christmas stuff, if it looks like a normal town around in late December, it has all these weird vibes, then I think that's worth noting too, because it's if you just drove through this town during December or late December, for whatever reason, you're going to somewhere else in Maine, and you happen to stop here for gas. I assume there's gas stations in the town, would you notice anything's different, or does it kind of blend in from afar? Is it only till you really live in the town and interact with the people that you realize something's off? Or do you feel something's off from simply, like I said, simply just driving through this town,
Noon came and went. No Cole. I sat on the couch staring at my phone, refreshing, checking for messages, calling, straight to voicemail every time. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. The panic was setting in hard. Had they gotten to him? Did something happen on the drive? At 3:30, I heard a car pull up outside. I practically ran to the window. Carl's blue hatchback. He was here. He was actually here. I felt something heavy drop in my chest. Relief so strong it almost hurt. Carl's a big guy. Tall, burly, the kind of presence that makes you feel safer just having him around. When he got out of the car looking tired and frustrated, I met him at the door and probably hugged him harder than I ever had. He laughed and patted my back, but I could tell he saw it in my face. How scared I'd been.
Sorry, man,
he said.
GPS kept acting weird, kept trying to route me in circles. My phone lost service like 3 times. This town is in the middle of Arseville nowhere.
But you're here now. He looked at me closer.
You okay? You look like you haven't slept.
I haven't. Come on, I need to show you something. There was no waiting. I took him right to the truck, showed him under the hood. He pulled out his phone and used his flashlight to look closer. Didn't say anything for a long minute. Then he straightened up.
Yeah, someone did this.
He looked at me.
Definitely deliberate.
I know.
I brought tools. I can probably rig something up if we can get a replacement alternator somewhere locally. I can stay tonight and work on it in the morning.
No. The word came out harder than I meant it to. No. We need to leave right now. I can tow my truck later. I don't care. I just need to get out of here. Whatever expression he saw on my face made him nod.
Okay, brother. Let's go.
I grabbed my bag from inside. The one I'd already had packed for days, threw it in his back seat. We were leaving. Finally. Carl turned his key and the hatchback started up. The tyres crunched as we pulled out of the driveway. We headed toward Main Street and then out of town. It's not far. We'd be gone in a few short minutes. We made it about 6 miles before we saw it. A massive tree down across the road. Had to be 4 feet in diameter, completely blocking the way. Carl stopped the car and we both got out to look, hoping it wasn't as severe as it appeared. It looked like when linemen take down trees to clear crowding around telephone wires. The trunk had slammed hard into the asphalt. Explosion of bark debris everywhere. Could have been legitimate, but the way it was positioned felt too perfect, too deliberate. And there was no one around, not a soul, just a few orange traffic cones. There was no way we were moving it anyway, not without a chainsaw and my truck.
Shit,
Carl said.
I just came this way.
He gestured to the debris where the truck had hit the pavement. I knew at that moment they'd either tried to stop Cole from getting into town or blocked it right after to stop us from leaving. I could tell Cole knew something was up, but we didn't discuss it. We got back in the car and turned around, headed back through town, right past the mound and the people working around it. Carl didn't even notice it. Or maybe he was too focused on driving to care. Either way, I was too anxious to bring it up right now.
Okay, don't be so anxious. You're in a car. But also, I would say, bring up the mound. Have him just glance at it while you drive by. But then also, like, this tree is on a road. I have to assume, I guess maybe the snow's kind of deep, whatever. It's a hatchback, so I don't think it's maybe a car that you can, like, off-road in. But I was just thinking, like, I realize that's the one way out of town, right? It's blocked, but I'm like, is there no sides of the road? Like, what is on the, you know what I mean? What is on the edges of the road? Or maybe it's blocked in with, like, guard thingies, I don't know. But, yeah, I just, obviously it's deliberate and they're trying to stop him from leaving, but I'm like, how can you just fuck that tree right off and just make it a non-issue, you know what I mean? Whether that's pulling around it, whether that's off-roading, whether that's fucking, because at this point I would be like, yeah, no, even more reason why we need to get the fuck out of here.
We drove in silence for a while, taking a sharp turn around a steep bend in the highway. That's when we saw the police car. It was parked sideways across the road, blocking both lanes. An officer was standing next to it. He held up his hand as we approached. Carl slowed to a stop and rolled down his window.
Afternoon,
the officer said. He was older, late 50s. He leaned down to look in at us.
roads close ahead. Down tree from the storm last night. Crew's working on it, but it's not safe to pass just yet.
How long until it's clear?
Carl asked, looking down the road. But another sharp curve cut off any visibility we had.
Hard to say. Could be tomorrow. Could be longer, depending.
Is there any way around it?
Not on this road. You'd need to go back through town, proper.
The officer's hand was resting on his belt. His expression was pleasant, professional, but something about the way he looked at me left me uneasy.
All right,
said Carl.
Thanks, officer.
He rolled up the window and turned the car around. Neither of us spoke. When we were out of sight of the police car, Carl exhaled.
That felt off.
Yeah, and I don't remember a storm last night either. Carl's expression turned grim.
There's one more road,
I said.
out toward the state forest.
We drove back through town and turned north. The road wound up through the hills. I hardly knew it, but it had to connect to another highway eventually, right? I was wrong. A sea of construction equipment was blocking it. Orange and white barriers, cones arranged across both lanes, 2 massive backhoe tractors parked at angles in the middle of the road. No workers, no signs, just equipment. Carl stopped the car and stared, mouth open.
Should be fine if the GPS doesn't act up on me again.
He put the car in drive and pulled forward slowly, studying the roadblock. There was a gap on the right side, narrow. The shoulder dropped off into a steep ditch, but there might be room.
God almighty,
he said. I know.
I can get around it.
Carl, I don't think. He was already turning the wheel. The car bumped up onto the shoulder. Snow crunched loudly under the tyres. The car tilted. I grabbed the door handle. We were sliding. The ditch was right there. Carl jerked the wheel and hit the gas. The tyres spun. The back end fishtailed. For a second, I thought we were going over. Then the tyres caught. The hatchback lurched back onto the pavement, onto the other side of the equipment. Carl was breathing hard. So was I. He looked over at me. The smirk faded fast.
Okay, maybe not.
We made it maybe 50 yards before we saw the second barricade. More equipment, more barriers. Completely impassable this time. Carl stopped the car and just sat there, hands on the wheel. He put it in reverse and carefully backed up, maneuvered around the first barricade again, even more carefully this time, then drove back to my house. We both knew we were out of options, out of energy, and we needed to think. When we got inside, he sat on the couch. He was still trying to stay positive. I could see it in his face, the way he was working through the problem.
Okay, so the roads are blocked. We'll figure something else out.
I was pacing, couldn't sit still. The panic was crawling up my throat.
Carl, they blocked every road, every single one, in the time it took you to drive here. Could be a coincidence? Bad timing?
You don't believe that. He didn't answer right away. Then he looked up at me.
No, I don't.
We sat in silence. The afternoon light was fading fast, getting darker earlier and earlier each day. Carl leaned forward.
Okay, so we hike out, through the woods, just avoid the roads entirely, and get to the next town.
I'd already thought about it. Thought about little else while waiting for him.
20 miles through the forest, in December, in Maine. Snow on the ground, dark, no trails. So we leave at dawn, bring supplies, dress warm.
Carl would freeze. We'd get lost. We wouldn't make it halfway. He knew I was right. I could see it settling into his expression, the realization that we were trapped. He reached into his jacket and pulled something out. A pistol. He set it on the coffee table between us.
I brought this just in case. Figured with your truck getting vandalised and everything, better to be prepared.
I stared at the gun. Black brushed metal. The weight of it on the table somehow made the room feel less suffocating. Thank you.
Yeah.
We just sat there together in the growing dark, and that's when I heard it. A sound from outside, distant but distinct, deep and wet and resonant, like nothing I'd heard before. It made something primitive in my brain want to run. Carl heard it too. We both went to the window, looked out through the gap in the curtains. Mrs. Dunsley's house, directly across the street. The front door was open and the lights were off. It looked like a solid black rectangle just floating there in the cold. The sound came again, gurgling out from her house.
What is that?
Carl whispered. I don't know.
Damn. What a good halfway point to end on. I mean, and these parts are so quick that I think if there's not like more parts out for the narration, I think I'm just going to have to read it, finish it all. But yeah, I think the fact that we're getting now monster sounds, I think is definitely upping the ante for this story. Because right now I was thinking the town gonna just sacrifice him to their, their winter gods for a warm summer or something, But now that there might be a monster and whatever this mound is, the Festival Mound, like that. I'm like, could that be like a bed for it? Could that be like could it, maybe it comes out every year on like the coldest, like the winter solstice, the coldest, shortest day. It comes out and hunts all night. And maybe that's why, maybe the whole time the town folk they're not so much, they're scared for him, right? They don't want him to learn anything about it because they're like, the more he learns about it, the more he is going to be curious and not just stay in his house, right? And so the whole time they're not actually trying to kill him, but they just do this. They block their town off every year on this night when this monster feeds, and everyone just stays indoors, or maybe they do sacrifice one person to it or whatever, But maybe that's the whole thing, is it's not the town. The town has accepted it. They've made their peace with it, but they're not the person who's going to kill something. It's going to be this creature, right? And now it maybe got Mrs. Dunleavy already. Maybe it's already awake, or I don't know. That whole was kind of like, I was like, is Miss Dunleavy the monster? Is the roar coming from in her house? Like, who knows? I don't know. But something about what his first neighbor said to him made me believe there is a way he can survive this if he can't try to leave, right? It's one of those things. It's like, you can't try to leave. You can't try to whatever, you got to stay inside, and then maybe he will survive it. And the whole them blocking the town and stuff is just to make sure no one else comes in, because they've had people in the past, come in or that are visiting or whatever, and they don't follow the rules, and that's how people get killed. I don't know. We'll see. I still do believe that the town could fully be in on it and like worship the monster and like feed feed the from away or whatever to the monster. I think that's totally possible, but I think it's just as possible that all this has been, leading us on a false trail, that the townspeople are the cause when really they're just doing their normal precautions that they do every year, and they hate every time from aware is in town, because they're like, they always fucking don't follow the rules. They always get killed, And that's the sort of thing. It's like, you just have to follow these rules, and we the people who lived here know to take it seriously, but you assholes from out of town never do. But it does seem like he was lured there. So I do still have to say that, with the whole place being shut down and him never meeting a landlord, all that just seems a little too fishy and too mysterious, not to be somebody who has been has been brought there for a specific purpose. It's not like I guess he sought a different job out. I'm not saying he didn't seek a different job out, but there's no way that this town that has all this creepy whatever, it just seems like if they really didn't want anyone to come, they would have a way of like kind of warning people off, or they wouldn't have they cut his truck. Like, I don't think a monster stole his alternator. So maybe there's differing opinions in this town. Maybe some people are like, we got to feed the monster, and other people are like, no, we just got to stay in our houses. Maybe that's where you get like the Mrs. Dunleavy's and his neighbor. And then you have like other people, like the guy watching him from the back of his house and stealing his alternator. And maybe those are the people that like worship the monster. The people cleaning off the mound worship the monster. I don't know. But now that we get a monster, I am all the more stoked. And I do have to say, this is even more Gregory 88-esque. Obviously different. And Gregory 88. I think the boys might have gave it, or especially Hunter, kind of was a little bit harsh at the end with the whole like, are they giant chickens? I do think there were some parts of that story that were kind of goofy, like with the big eggs and stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, but having said that, like, town worships, monster. I think they're gonna have to. I mean, for the sake, I don't think they have to do this, but for the sake of uncovering more and for it being a good story, I do think they're going to have to maybe go be like, we're going to go look at the mound. We're going to go do X or Y, or we need to go get food. We need to like stock up, because we're not leaving this house until like the storm breaks or whatever, that sort of a thing. So I do think there's more stuff that they can kind of uncover. And I do think they could like take that gun and fucking, at this point, I mean, I'd be scared enough with all this that's happened to them. At this point, I'd go fucking pull a gun on my neighbor and be like, tell me what the fuck is going on here, or I'm going to, fucking kneecap you. Like, I think that's very, obviously, wouldn't be great, but I'm saying it's very understandable at this point, And I also do wonder if had they just gone past that cop, had they just fucking like, fucking run him over or pushed his car off the road, is there anything blocking it? Is it actually closed, or is it just the one cop? Because it seems like they already have, like, it's a small town. They already have a ton of equipment up in the mountains to block off that mountain pass. They have, the tree down on one side, and then on the other way, they don't. It's like, I have to wonder is that cop going to be out there all night? Maybe they can try to do something with that. But yeah, it's fun. My mind's still running. And I think my main kind of criticism still stands that like just a little bit more texture as to like just a little bit more texture as to like what this culture is that's in this town and stuff. Because we get the mound. It's not much, but we get that. There's the signs that are just winter festival, and maybe you don't need much more, but I would kind of like to know, like, are there Nordic runes? Is this like a Norse thing? Is this, just something that adds a little bit more like cultural, just anything, or is this thing like an abominable snowman that lives up in Maine? Is it something weird like that? And so, maybe there's like a Native American legend they could find even just online, or maybe they're going to go to the library. Maybe that's something that they could do, that they're like, well, this town's got to have a library and it's got to have some books about the town itself, because every library does, and yeah, and I think that that will be that will just satisfy my the itch that I still have. But and although I made the criticism that I wish was earlier on in the story, I do think there's still plenty of room for that to be in the later half of the story. And so like I wouldn't really mind it then. Then I'd be like, okay, cool. It's in the second half. And yeah, I know Christmas has already like happened. It's the 28th when this is going to go on, but I do think that he was stuck there in the days leading up to Christmas and stuff. So I do think there could be some mention of it, I think might clue us into like, is this a pagan town? Like maybe they don't do Christmas because they're like, we don't worship those like false gods, and that's kind of what I'm getting at with like the whole Christmas element. But I think it's a great story so far. I mean, I'm definitely, more than intrigued, and I think I want to keep, I prefer to listen to the narrations, but I might not be able to wait that long. And that's, I think, the highest praise I can give the story is that I'm too curious to kind of know how it ends. But for the first half of it, I think it's great. I love that like Carl showed up and now he has this friend to kind of see what he's seeing. I think that adds just a realness and an authenticity to the story that I was worried it wouldn't have, that I was worried it was just going to be him the whole time. So I really do like that. I hope, because Carl's got kids and shit, I hope for the love of God nothing happens to Carl. And if somebody needs to die, it's our narrator, as sad as that may be. But, he doesn't seem like he has any family or friends really other than Carl. So I know that's fucked up to say, but anyways, but yeah, that was a great one. Shout out to OssuaryNelms, keep up. I think, shapes. So I think shapes, this next part, we're going to maybe get into some runic, whatever, something like that. I'm just curious what the rest of the names are for the parts. Upside down. Okay. Maybe getting a little Stranger Things here. We're going into the upside down a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, yeah, there's still quite a bit left on here in terms of the scrolling. Maybe that's why the latter parts haven't come out yet, is because they're just a lot longer. Hope. Okay. That's a fun final part for part 8. I'm definitely going to have to I think finish this one on the next stream probably. I don't know, what do you guys think? Are you Are you guys wanting to finish the Festival Mound? Not today, but next stream. I don't think I can keep streaming today. I think I will fall asleep because I've been up since early this morning. But I like it because we started this new one. Because we had the narrations, we got far into it, and that's great. And then we also got farther into our first 2 stories too. With There's Something Under the Boardwalk, we'll have part 3 of that to go for next time, as well as the final part of Guts. So yeah, I think it's pretty interesting so far. I think it can do more as far as like laying out the lore of what this town is. But I also think sometimes when you get that lore dump, it's like, it's pretty unsatisfying. So I think the story's doing a good job of playing it close to its the author's doing a good job of playing it close to the chest and only revealing enough to yeah, okay, yeah, for real, Harvey. That's such a good point. I did not think about that at all. Because, I listened to the Dogscape episode, but I was just, like, it was interesting, don't get me wrong, and it definitely had, like, its horror moments that I was like, fuck, and obviously that's one of them with the mound thing. But also I was like, I'm never going to listen to this again. And I love Creepcast, and I want to listen to all the episodes, but I'm like, this was just a bit much for me. And I think some of those stories just hit everybody differently. I think it was also like the dog fruits and stuff that I was just like, I don't want to think about that. And I think that's maybe where I differ in maybe some other people. Like, a lot of people love like body horror, and I do love some body horror, but I don't usually like stuff about like eating or drink, like the whole drinking the lava lamps and stuff on the Miss Lucille's market. Like, I thought it was a cool concept for sure, but I was also like, I don't want to think about drinking a lava lamp. I like drinking yummy things, but I totally get how some people are like, it was awesome, but yeah, when it comes to the Dogscape, I was like, it was cool, and I'm glad I listened to it because I like that it's different authors each time. Like, I think that's really cool. But I was also like, I don't think I'm going to ever listen to this one again because it's just a little too, some parts make me, it's not so much like a cringe or a horror. It's more of like a grosses me out. And some people like that in horror. I don't need to be grossed out. I like being like astounded and afraid from like, not even ethereal things, but just from like the ambiance. I feel like is such a, is the horror I enjoy. The back rooms, the House of Leaves, which I haven't finished listening to that book yet, but I'm a good chunk into it, and it has some pretty, like, I like being haunted. Like haunting stuff is where, and this story's the festival. I don't know what we should call it if not Mound, but no, I'm kidding. But yeah, the Festival Mound is doing a good job of haunting me in that way, and it's also, I think, just a fun kind of locked in story where where you're stuck in a town, and other than your car being vandalized and articles of people going missing, there's nothing overtly that's like too creepy or hostile, other than at the very end. Now we have the like growling or whatever. But yeah, I'm this is the type of horror that I like to live in, at least for me, and what I think enjoy the most reading. But yeah, I know what you mean. So I guess my point in saying all that is I know what you mean about Dogscape. Yeah, ruined mounds, and maybe sad for dogs too. I love dogs, and I was like, this just kind of bums me out, you know. I get like it's a creepy, weird idea. Don't get me wrong, but yes. Style wise, I mean, it's so hard. Like I just kind of described it like haunting, like ambiance, like for sure. I think like gore doesn't bother me. It's not, so I'm not saying like you can't have gore or whatever. It's not that I don't like that. It's I think for me, like, okay, one of my favorite, before I ever like loved horror like I do now, or before I ever loved CREEPCAST or anything, like my favorite horror movie growing up, if I had to pick, or one that I genuinely liked, because I didn't like most horror movies growing up. I was like, they're boring, they're too formulaic, whatever. The movie I liked Strangers a lot. When I saw Strangers, I was like, this is fucking good, And it's just a brutal, like, murder fest. A guy and his fiance, he was hoping was gonna be his fiance, just get absolutely fucking slaughtered in this house. And the masks were creepy, and it was aesthetically, it was like, I liked that. I just like the way that they look, and that what a Joanna Newsom song, "Should We Go Outside?" So creepy when the record player skips and it just keeps repeating, "Should we go outside?" So good. And so that's what I as like a movie that was one that like spoke to me, and it was because of, like, in my opinion, the music and the aesthetics of the masks and stuff I liked, and just the fact that it's not a complicated story. They're just they just were going to people's houses and they wanted to murder somebody, and they're like, why are you doing this? And that's just how it ends, because you were home, and that's just the whole creepy, because that's, to me, the most senseless acts to me are the most just overwhelmingly scary, because I'm like, yeah, sometimes people just wake up, or they have always been a violent person or whatever, but they just go, today I'm going to murder some strangers. And like, although that's very, very rare, it can happen. And it's the fact that some human beings can become so twisted and fucked up that they're just like, I just want to murder random people. I don't even care. It's just so disgusting and horrifying. So yeah, like, that was one of my favorite horror movies, first way. So yeah, I like when horror, like, when it sets a mood, an ambiance, and then and obviously that ambiance is going to be scary because it's horror. But like in Strangers, like, the whole thing is like, you're like, I'm watching like the end of a rom-com, or not a rom-com, but I'm watching the end of a movie, where a romance movie where they don't get together, or maybe they stay together but they don't get married, you know what I mean? And then it just kind of, all of a sudden, these people show up, and I was like, what the fuck? And the lights start turning off, and they start running through the backyard. that's where my you know, I like that because it's so out of nowhere, and it's so, it just reminds you that like real life horror stories happen every goddamn day. And as much as we like to come up with cool creepy shit about monsters and whatever, the real horror, I mean, you just have to look at the world around you without blinders on and search a little bit, and the real terrifying shit is all around you. And that's one thing I really liked about Mr. Americana, to you, Harvey, is that it's like that story has a lot of like funny moments and weird, crazy like drug stuff and just kind of 100 things happening at once sometimes, but like at the core of it, it has a lot of really human, realistic horror set on the backdrop of this woman and like her delusions that she's had to like create in order to deal with this very real world horror that she experienced. So you know what I mean, like that. That's one way that I reason I liked your story so much, and still will as it continues and stuff. But yeah, I just that and what I mean by an ambiance is something that I think your story does well, where it does it with like the music and stuff that you post with it, but then also like it very much has like a the whole American consumerism every second of the day shoved down your fucking throat, like the double, I don't even know how to say what I want to say. Like I was gonna say like the double cheeseburger, Monster Energy drink, Kit Kat bar, fucking cigarette, like what is it called? Dream machine that story is, where it's like just flashing all this stuff, and there's these ads that you can watch after it that talk about like the Lindor truffle and the this and that. It does a very good job of making you feel like, oh, consumption and entertainment is all that matters, you know what I mean? Or like, and it does a very good job of like making you feel what it feels like to be a part of that culture, a part of American culture, or like in American culture, like living in America. I think your story can do a very good job of like representing that. And that's what I mean by like creating an ambiance that almost is like separate from the actual plot of what goes on in your story. You know what I mean? I don't know. I know that's probably not a great answer, but I think it's the best way that I can, I can say it, right now. And maybe I'll think about the question more and try to come up with some different or just other answers, because yeah, I think that there's plenty of shit that I like, there's plenty of stuff that I mean, I think back to like Edgar Allan Poe stuff, and it's like, it's obviously older, it's like more medieval, but what I loved about like The Pit and the Pendulum was he's down in the fucking whatever Italian or French catacombs, wherever it is, and he's bricking, or maybe that's not, no, that's the Spanish Inquisition, I think, is in The Pit and the Pendulum, but the Cask of Amontillado is where he's in the catacombs. Yeah, in the Pit and the Pendulum, I think the guy actually gets saved at the end. I think if I'm not mistaken. But the Cask of Amontillado was so good because he it gives me that medieval whatever, but then it's ultimately just like a revenge story and this whole and he's like, at the end, he's like, yes, for the love of God, or whatever he says before he pounds the brick away. And it just has that great line at the end that I love. It's stuff like that where that one obviously it sets like a gothic medieval ambiance, but those stories do that so well. And then, on to I'm trying to think of like a good example from CREEPCAST. I would say okay, left right game. At the core of it is like this reporter trying to tell this story about Rob or about the left right game. And I think because it does that, it does a very good job of it starts off as just a journal from this reporter trying to describe everything good, but then it gets so crazy and becomes like this adventure horror epic tale that by the end of that story, it's like I felt like I had just watched like some epic 9-part anime series or some epic kind of thing, war, Odyssey war story, sort of a thing. And Telltale Heart is honestly, I mean, I have a lot of favorite Edgar Allan Poe stories, but Telltale Heart is my other favorite because I just remember listening to that. I can remember listening to him talk about like the vulture eye and the narration of that in class, and the guy just being like, I didn't want to have to kill him, but the eye. And he's like, I actually quite like the old man, but the eye. You know what I mean? And it's such a good, creepy peek into somebody's specific madness. And I think it's honestly a good representation of like mental illness and madness, because it's like, well, I didn't kill him, but because I wanted to. I had to kill him because of the eye, and it's like this one eye that just bothers this guy aesthetically or whatever so much that he just cannot rid himself of it. And then once he thinks he has committed the perfect crime, the heart beating under the floorboards cannot be silenced, and he's hearing it and he can't stop hearing it. And it's like, it's almost like his own psychosis won't let him. It caused him to commit the crime, but it also won't let him get away with the crime. You know what I mean? And it's just a very fun story. And I think it's a very good example of like first person horror where the narrator is the person committing the acts of horror. And it's done really well. And I think it's done really well because it's not just like, I hate this old man because of X or Y or Z, or, I like that it's something so benign as just his creepy blind eye or whatever. It's again, it's that example of, people kill people every day for no goddamn reason. And that's another example of that, and it's just like, I actually quite, I remember hearing that line and him being like, I actually quite cared for the old man. He was a nice fellow and blah, blah, blah. But, but the eye drove me mad. And it's just, that's a great story. So hopefully that, if it not gives you a better idea on the style. Because, like, styles of horror, I know we talk about, like, people throw around words like body horror or subliminal horror or stuff. And it's like, I like all of those in, certain way. I like all of them. I think, I think I'm gonna, let's put it this way. I think I'm gonna like your horror story more. Whatever the horror story is, it could be a creature, whatever, I think I'm gonna like it more if it can give me an aesthetic feeling of a time and a place, whether that's a time I've lived in or a time I haven't. If it can give me that aesthetic feeling of a time and a place, this story does it to some degree, but I think that's what I was getting at with the beginning, is that it's it's modern for the most part. They've got cell phones, they've got whatever, but I think with the Maine snow and it crunching under his feet on his walk, it did a better job of making me feel what it's like to be in Maine in December. But if it can really aesthetically give me, that's why I liked so much about the beginning of the Boardwalk stories, because I felt like I was in that album shop with the writer. So I was just in, and something about being in this old anachronistic album shop that's that's dying on this old decrepit boardwalk that's dying, that, that really made me feel aesthetically, it feels good. Whereas there's some horror that I feel isn't very aesthetic. I don't know if that makes sense. It's we watched, me and Ashley watched, it was called Thrash last night, which it wasn't bad, but I was it was just a small town in North Carolina or whatever. Hurricanes comes in it and it brings in all these sharks that start eating people. That's really fun, but I'm not going to classify that as oh, that was great horror, because yeah, it was a fun horror movie. It was that type of horror movie. It wasn't cinema or literature where I'm oh my God, So yeah. Anyways, that's where I'll kind of end it, or where I'll leave, because I could talk out loud about shit that I like all day, but I'll end up just saying a lot of stuff without not really saying anything. And yeah, maybe I need to do that more in streams. I don't know. Maybe I should start more of my streams that way, talking about, what movie I watched and why I liked it or why I didn't, sort of a thing. But it is a hard question, because style of horror, it's well, what style of books do you like, or what style of, so you like rock music, what style of rock? And it's well, I like a lot of stuff, I like grunge, but I also like Kings of Leon, and I'm trying to think of some most recent rock bands that Starburst, DC Fontaines. I like these guys. Starburster, this song's great. Or Fontaines DC. And it's I don't know if I love this band because I haven't heard that many of their other songs. I've tried to listen to some of their other songs, but I know this song's an absolute banger, and I love this song. But I don't know if I can play all of it. I don't want it to get claimed here. I was just trying to play keeps cutting out. I wanna see you alone. I wanna shine the stone. I wanna bounce the ball. All right, that's all I'll play of it. Great song, I don't know. I'm not a big of a rock fan as a lot of other people, but I do like some music. And this guy raps in this, so it's like, is it rock? Is it rap? There's a lot of rock that has rap in it now. Who knows? But anyways, that's gonna do it for me, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to go and eat a piece of cheesecake. Harvey, thank you for staying around and chatting with me. Harold, Trickster Boots, Guy Online. I am not a bot, maybe. Creepin. General P123, Rude Dude, all you guys, shout out. Thank you so much for stopping by and all the well wishes and all that stuff. I will be back hopefully soon, next week sometime probably. And we will read some more stories. I think we probably will finish Festival Mound. I don't know about the other ones. We'll just have to kind of see, because I do need to get some, or not some news. They're not like brand new, but I do need to get do some of my news stories that are on my list that I haven't gotten to yet. So yeah, that's important to me to keep working down the list. So we're gonna do it. Yeah, thank you guys so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for hanging out with me. Adios.